time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And yeah, I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea.
Hey everyone, we are live and we are here for the MPL Indian Chess Tour Leg 3 with some amazing battles lined up. And I have GM Srinath with me. Hello Srinath, how are you feeling today?
Hey Sahil, I'm excited. We have a lot of the same players from the previous legs, but we also have the addition of Vidit Gujarati. Now, who saw that coming? Vidit is part of the main champion chess tour. He's been that for the last 2 seasons, and he's playing here in the Indian chess tour, although he's qualified for the champion chess tour.
Yeah. And that's crazy. I think I saw it somewhere with commenting, like he's trying to become Vidit 2.0. Somewhere on Instagram he mentioned, and I'm sure he's been practicing really hard. And we'll have a very, very exciting, tournament, I think, in the next 4 days.
Absolutely. Vidit has been trying to reinvent himself a bit. It's a bit like when Saurav Ganguly went back to the domestic cricket scene, There was this time when he was going through a rough patch, and he started playing a lot more of Ranji Trophy, and that really helped him regain that confidence, regain that form. And maybe this move from Vidit is something similar. And apart from that, we also have a ton of other players, favorites from the previous MPL legs. And Fanish Jain is there in the chat. Hello, Srinath and Sahil, here from my friend Nihal Sarin, who is also one of the big names there, and I think one of the top favorites.
Yeah. We have very, very strong players here. I think, first of all, we have Vidit and Nihal, as mentioned. We have Ronak Sadhwani there, who was also in Team B of the Indian Olympiad team. Yeah, so great performance by him there. I think that knight d4 move by Ronak, I mean, I just can't get it off my mind still. Insane move, yeah?
Absolutely. And we also have Arvind Chidambaram, who has been unstoppable recently, Sahil. He's the defending champion of sorts. He won the second leg of the MPL Indian Chess Tour, and then he couldn't play in the next champion chess tour, but he's out there. There we have the starting ranks. Arvind Chidambaram, fresh from his victory in Dubai Open, where he defeated Arjun Erigaisi, who has been the talk of the town in the last few months. And he's defeated Arjun the last 2 times they played each other. He defeated him in the second leg of the Indian Chess Tour, and he also defeated him in the Dubai Open with the black pieces this time.
Yeah. And then we have SL Narayanan as well there. Again, we have so many players in the Olympiad teams as well. We have Abhimanyu Puranik, we have Surya Shekhar Ganguly, we have Karthikeyan Murli, we have Adhiban. I think, as we'll see, he has the white pieces in the first game, and I think B3 is highly probable from the first game. And then,
in fact, I'm actually expecting 1 B3. Sahil, what do you think?
Yeah, even I'm expecting it. Yeah, I wouldn't bet otherwise. I would say totally 1 B3. And then we have Mitrava Guha, Arjun Kalyan, Shyam Sundar M. By the way, the coach, taking up the mantle himself, Anna. Very interesting.
I know. It's actually very courageous from Shyam Sundar. He hasn't played a lot recently. To come in to such a strong tournament where there's literally no warm-ups, you get into the tournament right away. And I think it's quite a bit of a brave move by Shyam, who has also been trying to get as many tournaments as he can in recent times.
Yeah. And then we have Harshit Raja, by the way, who has recently come back into the chess scene with full force. And then we have Vaishali and Divya among the female players, both very, very strong.
Absolutely. Both of them, I think, medal winners in the recent Olympiad. Vaishali won the team bronze medal, and she had an excellent performance in her individual board as well. She scored several important wins and hardly lost any games. Divya winning the individual medal in her board. and it's not going to be easy for them, Divya in particular. We saw Vantika coming in the tournament in the second leg, Vantika and Aradhya, and I think Divya is placed in a similar spot. It's every player is rated at least 100 points above her. Even Vaishali is 2450 and Divya is around 2330. So every player rated at least 120 points above her. And she's going to face 15 of these players in the next 4 days. It's going to be one of the most challenging tournaments in her life.
Yeah, but I think she'll probably learn the most as well from this tournament. Such a strong lineup there, and like, how important do you think will be the first round of this tournament, Shri, for all these players? We have already, you've already seen 2 legs here already completed. We saw, Arjun do well. We saw Nehal do well. We saw Arvind do well. So many players did well. And now, how important do you think is the first round for the start of this tournament for each player, basically?
I think, as with anything, Sahil, momentum is very important, and therefore the first game, the first day, really sets the tone for the tournament. Having said that, these tournaments have been so incredibly demanding that Nihal Sarin, with a score of 11.5 out of 15 last time, couldn't get the first place, and his performance rating was above 2800. So you need a very good first day, but you also need to keep up that momentum. And there we have the kickoff in all the games.
Yeah, already. So which game are you going to focus on first?
So we have the Vidit Raunak game. That's, I think, one of the most exciting games in round 1. And we also have the Adiban Divya game, which is exciting from the point of view of what Adiban's first move was going to be. And to disappoint you all, it's not 1v3.
It's not 1v3, yeah.
It is 1 knight of 3. But yeah, I think the game between Vidit and Raunak is going to be one of the most exciting games. And Vidit starting off with the Italian opening against 1e4, e5 from Raunak. The Italian is a very interesting choice from Vidit, because it leads to a lot of very fresh and complex positions. In recent times, this has become almost as popular as the Ruy Lopez opening, which comes after 3 bishop b5. And it's incredibly topical, Sahil. This is one of the openings where all the top players spend a lot of their time. There are so many intricacies. Now you have these openings where things are worked out. You have a clear path that you do this, and you equalize. And you have these openings where things are constantly changing every second day. Italian is one such opening where things are changing really fast. You do some work in June 3 months ago, but already by September, a lot of new information has come in, and you have to update yourself with that information. You have to find new things. The rate of change in this opening is so incredibly fast. And it's understandable that Vidit goes for something like this, and maybe he has some new idea here. I'm really excited to see what Vidit's opening idea is. He has played the first few moves really fast.
Yeah, I think the rate of information is very fast nowadays anyways, whether we talk about on the board or off the board. But for now, I think he just plays bishop a3. And I really love this maneuver, queen b8, queen a7 to put pressure along this diagonal. And then white simply plays bishop e3 to trade off the strong bishop now. And usually white at some point maybe wants to take the center. So what do you think he'll do? Will he take the bishop, or what does he do here? Yeah, he takes it, yeah?
Yeah, he takes it. He goes knight e7. The knight frees the way for the c6 pawn. Sometimes black plays a4 in these situations to prevent the bishop from escaping back to c2. And then tries to get c6 so as to trade these bishops as well. And in general, Sahil, in these Italian games, this knight on c6 is like the most misplaced piece. It just comes in the way. It's more of an obstacle for black, and therefore this maneuver with knight e7, getting the knight to g6 eventually, is incredibly common.
And as you know, you can see Vidit sitting there with unleashing his potential right now. I think he is taking this tournament very, very seriously. Yeah, I think he really wants to prove his mark. I think his performance in the Olympiads was pretty decent, but I think somehow I got this feeling he might not be fully satisfied with it. I think because they
Oh
barely
yeah,
missed a medal.
absolutely.
And he would love to, like improve his rating now, improve his level even further. Like he's the top players of the world, top 10 maybe in the few days. Yeah, so not days, I would say few months, maybe years.
Absolutely, Sahil. He has been very motivated and he has been trying really hard for, I think, almost 2 years now. Ever since the pandemic reopened, that was sometime in last year in Sochi, about 14 months ago. And ever since then, he has been trying incredibly hard. You could just see it in his appearance, you could see it in his actions. You remember this game in Vaikanzi where he blended against Mamadiaro and he was close to tears right on the
Yes.
board. That was a kind of crushing disappointment. And since then, he's been trying really hard, but nothing has been going his way. The results have simply not been going his way. He had this good start in Vaikanzi. He lost this game with against Prague with the white pieces, and ever since then, the tournament kind of regressed back. He had a live rating of 2740 at one point, but it came back all the way like a snake and ladder game. And then he tried really hard in the Grand Prix. Had again a few initial successes. He got beaten by Aronian and Rapport, both of them having a really good Grand Prix, one of them going to the candidates. And then the Olympiad, he wasn't quite able to get any of those wins going, despite having nice positions in several games. And to add to the misery, he just lost the death match also narrowly against Anish, which was perhaps the most crushing disappointment this year for Vidit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think that would give Anish bragging rights for a long while. And also, I think it's like, as we, like, if you've seen the cricket match yesterday, like Virat Kohli scored a century, right? It only happened when the opponent team dropped a catch. Sometimes to get that breakthrough, you need a bit of luck. And he got that luck in the second last round of the Olympiad when, he basically made a few mistakes in the end game. He could have drawn, but he lost. But the tournament ended. He simply had no time to capitalize on it. So it's like he's looking for that perfect opportunity as well. And also for maybe just that one breakthrough. Yeah, you just need that one breakthrough. And then suddenly everything goes your way.
Absolutely. Momentum plays a very important role. And this tournament, although it's an incredibly strong tournament, is relatively weaker for Vidit's standards. The usual tournament he plays, he faces a lot of these very strong players, but he doesn't have the same kind of bottom. Here we have a pretty big bottom for Vidit standards. A lot of players below 2550, a lot of players below 2600. So this would give him that chance to get those wins going, pile on those wins. And it's also pretty safe from the perspective that he's not going to lose any FIDE rating if he if he makes a draw, for example. If he goes for, let's say, Dubai Open, Abu Dhabi Masters, he plays at 2400 with the black pieces, a draw, and he loses like 3 points. So here he doesn't have that kind of risk going. So I think it's a perfect tournament for Vidit to be playing, getting some practice, getting some much needed confidence back.
And also for the youngsters, vice versa. So they also get to play against Vidit, guy they might be admiring for a while now. And as Saurav mentioned in the chat, Vidit has potential to become world top 10 easily, for sure. Guaranteed.
Absolutely. And A4 played in the game as expected to prevent black from playing A4. The bishop goes to C4 at some point, but black doesn't hurry with C6 just yet. I think he intends to meet. Right now, D4 is not really much of an option because the E4 pawn would be hanging. And I think he's preparing C6, bishop C4, and white goes bishop C4 himself. So with the trade of this light square bishop, this will go into a position where both the sides have only 2 minor pieces remaining, 2 knights. And then the game becomes all about this control in the center. White has a little bit better control in the center, but does he have enough time to make something out of it? Does he have enough time to create something? Or Does
Actually, my
black
question is like, what is the job of the black queen now? So I can figure out, I can see the minor pieces well placed, the rooks on the d file opposite the queen. But what is the queen purpose for the black queen now? You cannot play b6. You don't want to, at least. And there's this weakness on a5, right? So it's constant in a pressure. So what do you see the long-term potential for the queen on a7 from black side?
Right now, the queen stays where it is. Right now, the queen doesn't really move anywhere, Sahil. And most of the focus in the game is between black trying to get d5 and white trying to get in d4. Now, if black manages to get d5 in under favorable circumstances without weakening the e5 pawn too much or losing the e5 pawn, then black would completely equalize or even start taking over. And white, on the other hand, would try to get in d4 himself in order to ensure that there is pressure on the e5 point and black does not get d5 so easily. So this is going to be the theme of the battle for now. The queen will stay on a7 and defends the a5 pawn. It watches f2 from the corner of its eye. Someday, some take potential some knight g4, knight f4 in there, but nothing's likely to happen anytime soon. But sooner or later, yeah, it can happen. In the meanwhile, this is going to be the center of the battle, literally the center.
Yeah, maybe we can switch to the AD against Divya game for a moment. So AD has apparently gained a slight edge, although this position is far from simple just yet. And AD seems to be in deep thought. What do you think he's calculating right now?
Certainly something chess related, I would imagine. But with AD, I cannot be 100% sure.
Yeah, I think his focus is on the knight. I can bet myself on that for sure. For sure. I wouldn't bet on 1b3, but this I can guarantee. Yeah, this knight somewhere probably.
Yeah, here b3 wouldn't be a great move. Yeah, he has to move the knight, and knight b5 looks like the only square. But then the question is, do you take on d7 or do you just play it somewhere? Do you just keep the queens and let black take it? It's not entirely clear. And you also have other options. You can go knight to b3. You can go knight this knight to f3 and pull this own knight back. So there are a lot of these options, and knight b5 doesn't look good. Knight b5 with threats of knight c7 check, but bishop into g2 and d2 is hanging.
Yeah.
So it just feels wrong. It feels like it's loses something right away. I think knight has to pull back, and it's not entirely clear why this position is a little bit better for white, as shown by the evaluation bar, because black does have the two bishops. Black has managed to develop her pieces out. The pieces are centralized. She's going to castle the next move. If anything, the b4 pawn looks like the only ask. It's because of, is it? Could it
Maybe
be because of some knight c6?
Oh wow, knight c6. Okay.
Maybe this is what Adiban is calculating. But it looks.
But what if I just ignore it and probably just take on g2? I guess.
Yeah, I thought I could take this, and if you, but maybe just if you take on d2, I was wondering if I have some discovered check in the next move. You know, like for example, queen d2. Let's say rook d1. The queen moves away. And here I was hoping to find some knight b8 check or something. Nice. I simply have knight d4 check.
Knight d4 in the
yeah. But okay, let's say the queen goes somewhere where it cannot be captured instantly. And here I was hoping to find some kind of a discovered attack or something interesting.
Luckily, but I don't know. Controls d7, so it's not so simple.
Yeah. It's not so simple.
And I'm not sure. I think that's what that's what he's calculating. Yeah, for sure. Otherwise, he can just simply move the knight back or one of the knights to b3. It's not so complicated. I think he might be calculating this variation right now.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of stuff where AD excels at. He's very good with the initiative. He's very good at finding these moves, finding these ideas with initiative, with attacking potential, something against Black's king. He doesn't mind sacrificing. He's not a materialist, Like there are these people who are so attached to material that they sacrifice only if they can see something instantly, only if they can see something tangible. Koshnai was one such grandmaster, and Mikhail Tal was prone to sacrificing all the time. But Koshnai was impervious to Tal's sacrifices, because whenever Tal sacrificed something, he would just collect it and ask, "Show me the compensation, show me the attack, where is it?" He was just impervious to Tal's sacrifices, and he had one of the best scores against Mikhail Tal, perhaps the best score by any other player. So there are these two categories of people when it comes to sacrificing material, and AD belongs to the Tal school of chess.
Nice. And yeah, this is very complicated. Although Adiban has to keep an eye on his clock, I think he's falling behind. He has, I think, 6 minutes now. So he has to be a bit faster as well. This is rapid chess after all. So he has to be faster. I think something similar happened to a game of Vidit as well recently. So I hope he can move a bit faster. Maybe we can get the game of Nihal now briefly. Nihal against Karthikeyan. Both very strong players.
Absolutely. And talking about this time situation, Sahil, Nihal is well known for being similar to Grishchuk, for being similar to this school of time trouble addicts. And in recent times, he's been trying really hard consciously to improve his time management. And you can see the result on his clock right now. He has spent barely 30 minutes, including the increment. And the position looks nice for white, I think.
Yeah.
From
By the way, who's your favorite for this tournament? Yeah, do you have any favorites? I think we already showed the lineup. So far, like just not based on the games in general. Who are you really supporting? If you have any favorites, let us know in the chat. By
who's your favorite, Sahil?
I wouldn't say. I think there's so many players, so I would say I'm supporting chess in general. And I also have to be fair as a commentator. But otherwise, I would love to know like who would be the chat's favorite.
I can imagine the chat's favorite. Akhil Shivanand goes with Arjun, but Arjun isn't playing this event. He's playing in Slovakia right now. Yeah, he's playing in Slovakia right now. And meanwhile, the chat is filled with Vidit, Nihal, Vedit, Raunak,
Mendonka, Vishali, Srinath. Okay, maybe we can have a version where, Srinath is playing and then, it'll be awesome. We already have one coach playing, so I think that's definitely fair.
Yeah, for this edition, just imagine Sham as me. I think we are around the same playing strength. So whatever he performs is a good indication of what I would perform.
Okay, interesting. Maybe with that we can have a look at his game. I think this should be a good moment against Arjun Kalyan,
who was also one of the assistant coaches for the team. Although it wouldn't be fair to characterize Arjun Kalyan as a coach. He's quite young himself. I think barely about 20 years old, and Sham has he's trying to get his pieces towards Black's king. I wouldn't say he has initiative as yet, because everything seems under control. Everything seems defended. And the problem for white here is it's not so easy to find a way to open the lines against Black's king. He cannot get this H file open or the G file open. He can put his knight on F5, but Black can just ignore it for the moment. and not touch anything here. But that said, it does look menacing. It does, the lineup of white's pieces against black's king, it does look menacing.
Yeah, optically, it definitely feels like there'll be some pressure for sure coming up. And just rook to f1, knight to f5, maybe. Although it's not so easy to imagine how do you open up. Like, I would love to play h4, g5, open the h file, but it's not so simple, yeah?
Yeah, you have to, I think, start with knight f5 first, and when black takes on f5, maybe you want to capture with the g pawn. And usually black doesn't capture the knight, and in that case, it's easier to get h4, g5 in because this queen is not controlling the g5 pawn.
True. Looks like a very, at least the time is balanced in this game. That's one very important element. By the way, SL against Surya, the game is actually I wouldn't say the sharpest, but the kind of a very interesting game here with the knights on e6 and g5 looking very stable, yeah?
Absolutely, Sahil. And when I looked at this position, the bishop on g2 instantly came upon my attention. So if you can prevent white from going e5, which you can do with queen e5, then this bishop on g2 is just stuck on g2. And again, it looks like white is the one doing things on the king's side. He's the one trying to open some lines, but he has absolutely no leeway to do that. There's no entry point, no way to create an entry point. And these pawns on e4 and g4, big weaknesses. So Surya has an excellent position.
Yeah, now the bishop to c6, rook to e8, queen to e5, and yeah, it just looks like black is the one really playing. And the knight on g5 is literally there. Yeah, I mean, you just can't attack it. Yeah, there's no way.
Absolutely. And Surya, ever since he has published his Chessable course, I think that was sometime last year or this year, I don't remember, but ever since then, he's been sticking to playing only one opening, one line against whatever white plays, like the semi-Tarish against 1d4, Nimzo Indian, whatever his course prescribed. And against c4, he plays a lot of this Mykonos, knight f6, knight c3, e6, e4, and now d5. He plays a lot of this. I think he was almost exclusively playing this. But this game, he started with c4, e5, which I don't remember him doing recently. And perhaps this might have thrown SL a bit off because he was maybe expecting the other line. And when Surya didn't play that, maybe he threw him a bit off. And this queen c5 is an excellent move, beautiful technical move, taking the queens off the board. And once we go into this endgame, all of white's strategic deficiencies, which we earlier pointed out, will get magnified.
Yeah. And now you can even take with the B, exactly. And the b3 pawn is also a weakness. So it's not looking great for SL here, unfortunately. So maybe we can switch games quickly. There's a demand for Vaishali and Harshit's games one by one.
Vaishali's position also looks fantastic, isn't it?
Vaishali. Okay. Yeah. The knight on e4 looks very strong. Like, I mean, the bishop on h3 is also kind of a bit irritating, so to speak. And there's pressure on the c4 pawn, right? So not easy to handle all the pressure, I think. And white's counterplay, on the other hand, there's the b file. I can just play b6 and there's no pressure at all. And your king is also a bit weak as white. This diagonal, the g1 a7 diagonal is definitely tempting, although you have a dark square bishop, but still. So I would say slightly better for black, I assume.
Yeah, completely agree. Slightly better for black. And yes, white has all these weaknesses. Abhimanyu is someone who thrives on the initiative, who thrives on trying to get something going. And in this position, his pieces are nowhere near black's king. His counterplay might begin with something like knight f4 here, trying to get this knight to d5. But you also have to watch out for some bishop f5, knight g3 related things. But yeah, in the queen side, black is completely dominant. The center, black is a bit better. So white has to try and create some kind of diversion, distraction on the other side. Strategically, white's position looks really bad, primarily due to how this knight on e4 occupies the e file, and white has no way to evict it.
True. True. Although here, I think it's still, you never know, yeah? And he plays d5 to basically close the c file. Interesting. But of course.
Also, Sahil, this is such a common characteristic in Abhimanyu's games. He gets into bad positions a lot, including with the white pieces. He gets into bad positions a lot, but more than half the times he manages to swindle his way out of it.
Yeah. I remember many games actually from last time as well. He will always have a worse position and then come back.
Yes, absolutely. And it will be interesting to see if he manages to do that in this game as well. He started out with d5, trying to take the pressure on the c4 and the c3 pawns out of context. Now, black cannot take cd. She cannot open the c file, and for now, the c4 pawn is not getting captured, and it gives Abhimanyu some time to whip up something on the other side.
But now he lost that maneuver, right? Knight f4, knight d5. So he doesn't have that option anymore. That's one drawback, I guess.
True. He lost this d5 square for the knight, but I think he had to do it. He had to keep these pawns safe for the moment. Otherwise, black's pieces were just rushing in. Yeah. But even now, it doesn't feel so easy to play as white. H6 is a nice move. This bishop will come to f5 and potentially go to h7 later, especially with knight f4 in there. And not easy for white to do something here.
Yeah, somebody in chat is asking, knight on a5 is trapped. How will it be back in the game? I think even if it stays on a5, it's basically keeping the queen occupied, right? So it's like a fair trade. I mean, if my queen is occupied because of your knight, I think it's a very decent trade for black, I think. And this knight can always come back into the game later with b6 and knight b7 in exceptional cases. And of course, this c4 pawn is still weak, so you constantly have to keep it defended with a piece. And considering your knight is, you can put it on e3, but that will block your bishop. So it's very, very difficult to defend that pawn apart from the queen, yeah? So you keep your queen occupied with that.
Absolutely. And especially with the bishop coming on to f5, the queen on d3 is not going to stay there for a long time. He's played g4 here to prevent the bishop from coming to f5. But black can, I think, just about get it with f5 anyway.
Yeah. Very interesting, yeah. So both players have 5 minutes each. So maybe we can briefly have a look at the Mitrava Guha Harshad game once and see, because it's a very closed position. And white is trying to maybe on a good day play g5, and black is putting pressure on the a4 pawn. And the knight on d4 is a very interesting piece, because you can't take it, because otherwise the black knight will come to c5 or e5, depending on black's mood. And that means you basically have the bishop pair, but then your bishops are not really doing much just yet.
Yes, Sahil, with the closed nature of the position, you summed it up exactly. The knight on d4 cannot be taken, but also the position is such that the reason why white is clearly better here is because white is the only one who can do anything here. White has 2 pawn breaks, g5 and a5, and as you can see, black can already not move his rook, because the pawn will come to a5, and once the files gets opened up, once the lines gets open, once the white's pieces start rushing in, then it's going to get very dangerous for black. Then it's going to get perilous for black. And this is the danger that black has. And the way to play with white in these types of situations, you don't hurry with g5, you don't hurry with a5. You just keep the threat in the air. It's like a knife hanging on your head. You just give a hint of doing it, but you don't do it instantly. You keep your opponent guessing each move, what to do for g5, what to do for a5, how do I prevent it. You make them calculate each move, and then they get down to less than a minute, they get down to less than 30 seconds. And it is at this point that you initiate concrete action. They just don't have time to calculate and defend. So this is the winning technique in these types of questions. Karpo was very good at something like this, and now over the years, all the players have picked it up. So this is the situation, and it looks really nice for white here.
And again, Harshit has half the time, yeah. So it's not going to be easy anyway. And your plan, as you said, just to kind of keep it for the moment when he has like seconds on the clock, might just work perfectly. So I think this game is definitely looking favorable for White. So can we go to Vidit's game once back and check how he's doing? I think because we started off with it and now we have reached an endgame where it seems to be pretty even Stevens.
Yeah, it seems pretty even Stevens. I think Black is doing perfectly fine. Vidit is trying to keep some pressure going, but with this pawn trade and the pawn break, Black is just liquidating. He's just trading more pieces. Knight on b5 looks good, but it can be evicted with a c6. He wasn't able to do that the previous position because of knight d6, but now c6 is a tangible threat. So although there is something to play for in this position, it's not completely dead yet. But Black doesn't have a lot to worry either.
And what do you think of the move e5 here? I'm very curious about e5. So to my eye, it looks like a normal move. But for example, the evaluation bar doesn't seem to like it. So I'm very curious about what you think about this move.
I think it's concrete, Sahil. I think e5 there's maybe knight e8 with the idea of c6, and now this knight doesn't have anywhere to go suddenly. So maybe this could be the reason why the evaluation bar doesn't like it.
Yeah,
this seems like my yeah. I think if I had to guess, this would be the reason.
Yeah, if the knight comes to d6 and I have b2 defended, then suddenly White is already pushing. So I have knight f5 ideas. So it's not so easy. And Ronak, of course, has calculated all of this because you need to calculate all of this before you play d5. And now Vidit is calculating. And well, they have both have 5 minutes each. So they probably have enough time for one deep think or maybe a couple of small things, but not much.
Yes, and I think the game is this game is likely headed towards something equal. Meanwhile, I see that Nihal has taken a pretty big lead in his game against Karthik and Murli. This endgame with 5 pawns against 4 pawns. Nihal managed to win a pawn earlier, and look at the time difference, Sahil. If you had not told me who was playing, I would never guess it was Nihal.
No, but regardless, this is a huge time difference, yeah, for whoever the players are. Insane, like 11 versus 30 seconds. And, in Rook Endgames, it said that all Rook Endgames are drawn. But I think when you have 30 seconds against 11 minutes, I think it's actually the opposite, I would say. Even sometimes drawn Rook Endgames can be lost easily if there's any sort of pressure, because White can play on forever. Like there's no pressure for White. He's never at risk. So there's no force perpetual here. And yeah, there's one weakness on h6, one weakness on a6. So he can just play on forever.
Yes, absolutely. And this position is probably lost in the game itself because this pawn structure for Black is extremely unfavorable. You ideally want your pawns on f7, g6, and h5 when you're the defending side. Here, the pawn formation is f7, g5, and h6. The drawback of this is it gives White a lot of entry points, and it also gives White it also makes it difficult for Black to defend in the long run. So the winning plan for White, I would imagine, see with Rook d5, he loses a move, forces this Black Rook off. If he goes this side, then there's Rook d6. If he goes this side, White will go f4. And these two pawns will get traded. He's gone king to g7, which the computer doesn't like immediately. Not exactly sure why, but in the end, what happens is the rook comes to d7 and this pawn will go to e6 and have a pin on this pawn. With these pawns on g6 and h5 with this defensive structure, it wouldn't be so easy for White King to just waltz his way through. But with this pawn structure, h6, g5, it just clearly lost for... in fact, White can just play king f5 here. King f5 with a threat of king f6. Black goes king g7. Just play f4 because the reason is you don't want the black rook to come rook a3 and try and hit these pawns. So king f5, f4, and then once this pawn is on e5, rook d7 will be a devastating threat. Black will be in zugzwang.
And again, both a5, h5 further advanced. So any sort, even if there is a race, black takes on a5, you take on h6, or black takes on h5, you take on a6, whatever race is, always will be favorable for White. So that's why advancing your pawns as much as possible can be really favorable. Yeah.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, we also have a result in one of the games. SL Narayanan, as we thought so, lost against Surya Shekhar Ganguly, who played a fantastic game.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a performance by Surya.
Yeah, just one way. Yeah, there was no chance. The knights did a great job. Yeah, how does the knight move? I think this is the perfect example of it. How does the knight really want to move? I think that might be perfect.
Absolutely, Sahil. So we have a result in the Surya's game. He defeated SL Narayanan with black, and we also have Nihal better against Karthikeyan. A lot of games in the closing stages. Which game do we move on to next?
Let's go to Adhiban's game once. Have a look what happened there, because we had that variation. I think the one you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm mistaken actually. Let me check.
Yeah, no, we didn't have that variation because that variation would have. But the knight found its way to c6 anyhow.
Yeah.
But Divya is doing okay at the moment. The bishop on b6 and the rook on e8, watching over this pawn. The b4 pawn matching the a6 pawn. She's doing okay at the moment, but she's under intense pressure. And these are the situations where the difference in strength really gets highlighted. When you have less time and you have to make these quick decisions under pressure, the people who are stronger, they're just able to handle that pressure better. They're able to make better moves with less time. The people who are a bit more uncertain, a bit lower rated, they make mistakes in exactly this point under this kind of pressure. And with this move b3, I think she's just kind of given up this pawn. Rook into b3 can be taken. Rook into b3, bishop into d4, there's knight into d4.
Yeah. She gave it the asset for basically a pawn on e2, I guess, and that's probably not favorable. Yeah. And now
no, but how do you even get the pawn on e2?
Yeah, that's also true. Actually, he took with the rook. Yeah, interesting.
I think what she must have calculated is something like this, maybe. Thinking that she's getting back the a6 pawn, but a7, knight b5, rook a6, and I don't think you are really winning this pawn.
She plays king f8, but then it's like
accepting that, okay, I'm going to be a pawn down, but being pawn down is one thing, and being pawn down with a pawn on a6 is a completely different thing. This pawn on a6, an outside passer, just 2 moves away from queening, has excellent support just around it. So this is bound to be lost for black.
And
a7, rook a6.
I have to interrupt just to say that you are absolutely correct. Puranik is again completely winning. He somehow turned the tables, and now he's not only 4 minutes up on the clock, but also completely winning on the board. And the attack did turn out to be dangerous now, as we can see.
I'm not at all surprised, Sahil. I saw it coming. I mean, I think if I was with the black pieces against Abhimanyu, the same thing would have happened, because he has. Abhimanyu has some kind of an exceptional ability, I think. He sees moves that which escapes the eyes of most other players. He has some kind of this incredible talent. And I mean, you have so many strong players here. You have so many world-class players playing, and you discuss chess with them. But I've never seen anyone like Abhimanyu in terms of, his ability to find certain kind of moves, hidden resources. And here it's not just the attack which is going through, but he's simply up by 2 pieces.
Yep. And it feels like black has a lot of active pieces second rank, but somehow it's just not enough. Yeah. The queen defends the knight. I can defend h2 as well. And there's an attack on the black king coming up as well. So it's not like you have a full free hand. So I think this should be over very, very soon. So by the way, we only have one result so far. Puranik is still winning. Mitrabha is also winning. Maybe we can have a look at that game, because that looks rather interesting for a particular reason. If you can quickly switch to that game. The king on e3. So I like the king on e3, even though black doesn't have any play, but still it looks cute, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. The king marches are, I think, one of the most fun things around. And So, Sahil, there's this reputation of how knights are good in closed positions, but not always. Like, look at the mobility of this knight. It hardly has two squares.
Yeah.
And even if you're given a free hand to maneuver the knight, where do you take it to? The knight has no path. You go to b8, but you have no other squares. You go to f8, most of the squares are blocked. You can only go to h7. So the knight has only like 4 or 5 squares overall, and the knight is completely dominated by white's pieces. This is one of the biggest pain points in black's position. Now, what Mitrabha is trying to do is he's just trying to trade the queens. He intends queen b2 next, and black cannot get out of it. So the queens will get traded. Once the queen gets traded, then Mitrabha will take his time and he will play this break with g5, and black will not be able to prevent white's pieces from storming through.
By the way, a psychological experiment. If white were to blunder and play h5 here, do you think he has any chance then? Just a fun experiment.
No, if white plays h5, I think the position goes close to equal, because then black can put his rook on e5 and white would have no entry points.
And that's why chess is hard chess. Jack, that is why it is hard, because one move can completely spoil a 5-hour, hard-earned game. So that's why be very, very careful when you're playing chess, especially under time pressure, not to make a wrong pawn push. One pawn on the corner of the board and the game is suddenly out of your hands.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's one of the unique things. Meanwhile, we have a result in one of the other games. Sahil, Shyam Sundar has drawn against Arjun Kalyan, queen h3, queen h8, draw. I think draw was offered and taken. And it's a bit of a curious phenomenon. Abhimanyu has won against Vaishali, by the way.
Vaishali, yes. Yeah, pretty. I think I would say, I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I think at some point.
By the way, something spectacular happened here. Look at AD's blunder. Look at AD's blunder. He played rook b8.
Oh.
He played rook b8, thinking that it's his winning.
My expression and his expression was exactly the same for a moment. Yeah, he's like, oh, it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. But now it's like interesting. But now black is better, right?
Yeah, black is a pawn up here. Wow, what a turn around this is.
I mean, black's pieces are not perfectly placed, but if suddenly imagine the rook coming to, she just takes the knight, and maybe Adiban might hold still because of this light, more active pieces. But now it's all Divya's game to basically at least have a draw, confirmed.
I would still be a bit careful, Sahil, because as you said, in chess, one move can mess things up. There are some tactics, rook d8 check and knight c6 check and these kind of things. So she has to be a bit careful around that. To give you an example, let's say white gives rook d8 check and Divya by mistake goes king e7. Then after knight c6 check, the rook is defended and this rook is lost. Now, Divya is the last person to make a tactical mistake like this. She's very good at tactics, and she has also improved incredibly well in the last few years. This is her biggest strength. She spots tactics instantly, like the way she spotted rook into a7 in this game. And this is very unlikely to happen. Yes, she goes forward with the king, but I completely agree with you. I think white has enough to make a draw here.
But now she's vibing. Yeah, you can feel it. She's like, okay, now can I win this? How do I win this? Where does the king go? Like, completely the mindset changed suddenly. Yeah, now she's playing for a win. The one I think kind of spoiled this game. Yeah, so it happens. This is rapid chess. Yeah, not easy at all.
Absolutely, but this is not good sign for Adiban, because he has to be sharper in such time control, such format, the esport format. You have to be super sharp. You have to be incredibly sharp, and these kind of mistakes are unforgivable in these situations. Now you're under pressure. I can understand, but here he was in the driver's seat. He was clearly better. He was a few moves away from win. And it will also come as a big blow that even with the white pieces, he starts off with a draw or loss against the lowest seeded player in the tournament,
I think
because that
it
is
can
one.
happen. I mean, you have to play 1b3. I mean, first round, first game against Divya. This was perfect opportunity to create content. I think the Lord is watching. He wants content nowadays in the chess world, as we have seen. So I think probably b3 would have given him better chances.
Absolutely, Sahil. He had to play b3 in the first round, but maybe he was a bit apprehensive doing it against the CEO of Divya. Now, do you think she's just going to go king e1, king f1?
I guess that is the plan. Otherwise, I don't see anything else. Because if you go back, then white checks again.
Yeah. I also love how Divya is not intimidated. She sees the opportunity and she immediately starts seizing it. And in general, Divya has a lot in common with AD.
Yeah.
No, it's not intended as an insult to Divya, but she has a lot of the good qualities that AD has.
Okay. 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 They can't hear us chat, so it's fine. Okay. So King E1 played.
And now King F1. Yeah, King to F1.
By the way, Mitraba has won against Raja Harshit. I think he did manage to open up the H file and win the game. That's one update.
Yeah, Mitraba will be pleased with that when starting with the white pieces against Harshit. And I think, yeah, he's incredibly fast. He's very good at this time control. Meanwhile, Rook C1 mate incoming. Divya sees the mate and her king is like a Pac-Man. Just goes around eating pawns now.
Eating pawns, yeah. By the way, where is Harshit playing from? As far as I know, he's studying the US, right? So is he playing from the US or India?
I'm not sure what is the recent location is. He was I last saw him in the Olympiad, but okay, everyone was on the there in the Olympiad. Almost everyone.
I think this is just this is winning for Divya now. I think it just feels that there's no check remaining. Yeah, any dangerous check. The knight on e4 controls all these active squares. And if I have
what is Rook A1 though? Why not Rook A3? Why did she go Rook A1? This feels like the wrong direction, no?
Yeah, maybe she wants Rook F1 check, but I'm not sure about the point.
Yeah, she wants a Rook F1 check, I understand, but what's her next move? Divya has a mind which things completely concrete, completely tactically, So maybe I'm thinking she was playing against some Rook G2, Knight F2 check, and she saw a win there. Now she goes Rook D1. The Rook is controlling this, but yeah, the Knight goes to E5. And these last two moves, it doesn't feel right to me in terms of conversion. Now the White King will also start escaping. Knight to F6, but this allows some Knight F3 check related things.
Yeah, you can see Knight F3, King H1, Rook H2. You can see AD setting up things. You never know. Yeah. By the way,
it's actually mate in true threatened now, and look at Divya's expressions. You can instantly get the feedback. Rook E1 check because you have to force the White King to occupy F3 square. Otherwise, Knight F3 check and checkmate was.
By the way, VD has drawn against Ronak. That's another update. We should stick to the game. This one, I think, for now, it looks very interesting.
What do you think will happen, Sahil? Do you think is there a twist in the tale coming up? Divya suddenly ends. The king comes back to F1, and she got a bit intimidated by these mate threats that AD had, and now she's also so down in time. Only 17 seconds. The game has shifted. Knight F3, Rook D1 check, King E3. She has Knight D5 checkmate. Wow. And now Knight E4. Will she play
King E1 first and then Knight
E4?
E4?
Yeah, also King E1.
It's over.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was a check. I missed that it was a check.
Yeah, the idea is absolutely correct. And now I can answer your question. I think Divya should win this. I would have to predict. It's a dangerous prediction, but I think she will manage to somehow convert this. Maybe some maneuvers. We'll see how she does it though.
Maybe just resign on the spot.
Yeah. Adiban is, he's 2 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, King
Risk
E3
maybe.
knight D5 check and now resign. He
Yeah.
missed King E3 knight D5, really?
I guess he had to play it. No, otherwise, what else?
Yeah, but after knight D5 he went like this.
Okay. Maybe he missed it. Maybe. Possible. Now just take on D2 and it's...
Yeah, King E5. King E3, King into E6, and your knight into F4.
Yeah, that's a simple variation. True. So Divya winning against AD, yeah, very very interesting. What a complete turnaround in a couple of games. I think once the game finishes, we need to look at that pawn on A6 once, because it looked like a position where, I mean, White had no chance of risking anything. It was so convincing. Yeah, the pawn on A6, tying down the entire black army to the back ranks, and suddenly Divya winning. Insane, just insane. Chess is hard. We have to admit.
Yeah, and we have this exact position, Sahil, knight into F4 also on the board. Knight into H3 next. King G6, King F3, King into G7, H5. Yeah, this is going to be the end of the game. H5, King G6, King G4.
And... Yeah. Now AD will resign, I think. Yep, he has resigned. Yep. So Divya winning her first game. What a great game there. We have a lot of results. Only Nihal's game is pending. Can we go to that game quickly and see what's happening? And we have that typical endgame. Yeah, 2 G and H pawns. I remember Vidit and Ding, in a game, I think when Vidit drew somehow. Ding made a blunder, I think.
Yeah. Vidit drew with the defending side. But that we don't have that position here, Sahil. That was... a bit different, I think. The main danger is averted, and White just goes King C7 and Rook D8 here. The Rook gets traded. But chat, Divya OP, what an amazing turnaround. And once she got that opportunity, she just didn't flinch. Yeah, she just went for the win. She just took it. We thought White had good defensive chances there in that position, but she just went and grabbed it. Divya OP, guys.
Bilkul. And the king went all the way. खुद ही सारा काम करना पड़ा. Great maneuver. And yeah, I mean, AD had I think a couple of moments where he had chances, but with time pressure, it's very difficult to spot those. Yeah. And Divya played a great game. And yeah, Nihal has won as well. So I think we have all the results for round 1. And I think it's time to look at the results one by one and see who has taken the lead. Okay, so we have Nihal has won the game with 3 points. Chat, by the way, a win gets you 3 points, a draw gets you 1 point. So wins are being incentivized. It's great if you actually win a game. And Nihal has 3, Abhimanyu Puranik has 3, Surya Sheganli has 3, Mitraba has 3, and Divya has 3 points. We have a few draws for Arvind Chidram, Vidit, Ronak, Leon, Arjun, and Sham. And then the guys who lost the first round will be striving to come back with all guns blazing in round 2. SL, Karthikeyan, Adhiban, Raja, and Vishali.
Yes, the round 2 beginning in just about 8 minutes or so, Sahil. And what are the highlight moments of round 1? Now, I think one absolute highlight moment, the moment was when AD played Rook B8. This was shocking. The knight on C6 was attacked, and but it's also understandable. AD probably calculated this from afar, from around this position, and he thought that he loses the E4 pawn, but his Rook forces its way to B8, and it's game over. So he started with Rook B1, King D7, Rook B8, but completely missing Rook into A7, and this turned the game around. Divya making her debut in the MPL Indian Chess Tour, and what a way to start. 1 out of 1.
Exactly. And same for Puranik. He's just continuing where he left off. I don't know how he does it. I think it's just insane what he has managed to do again and win the game. And Vidit starting off with the draw. Very, very stable draw for Vidit there. So I think we are going to have a lot of interesting games in round 2 as well. And so far, chat, who do you think seems like the guy who's playing the best chess? Do let us know if you've had any change in favorites. And I'm not really sure. I can't find my favorite yet. I just can't yet.
Meanwhile, Sahil, this was the moment when things turned around for Abhimanyu. We were in this position where we saw f5 and we thought this bishop will get to f5. But the point was that if white took bishop into e4, a discovered attack on the bishop on h3, then black can take with the queen. And if white takes on h3, then black takes on b1. But where Abhimanyu turned things around was with this move, rook to b5, attacking the a5 knight and ensuring that this rook on b1 is not hanging after queen into e4. Vaishali responded with b6, but after bishop into e4, which she probably missed, or it was too late to turn things around at this point. b6, bishop into e4, queen into e4, queen into h3, and with that, white won his first piece and gradually went towards winning the game. So these were, I think, the two turnarounds in the first round of the leg 3 of Indian Chess Tour.
True. And I am not sure, I think, which will be the most exciting game of round 2. But regardless, we'll have Vidit against Puranik now. That's one pairing I know. And VD will have the black pieces. So do you think Puranik can cause an upset there?
It's very much possible. It's going to be a fighting game. I think Vidit is a bit of a favorite because if Abhimanyu gets a similar position against Vidit, he's not going to be so kind and forgiving. But Abhimanyu can turn things around with Vidit as well. And against him, the first thing would be to get a decent position out of the opening for Abhimanyu with the white, despite having the white pieces. I would say, even then he has to make sure that he doesn't get worse out of the opening. So that's going to be his first challenge. And then it's going to be a clash of styles.
Also, I think Karthikeyan against Adeban, yeah? Very, very important game there. I think because Adeban must be... I don't know if there's any chess player who's managed to control tilt, like, in the perfect way. Like, you lose a game, you're not affected in the next game. So that will be a very important game for Adeban. You don't want to fall into a tilt and then suddenly lose 2 or 3 games, and that can completely spoil your tournament. So I think that will be an all-important game as well.
Absolutely. That will be the battle of the comebacks. Both Karthikeyan and Adeban having lost their first game. It will be interesting to see how Divya keeps her momentum up this time with the white pieces against SL Narayanan. Leon Mendonca against Mitrova. Mitrova has consistently done well in the faster formats. Leon has also done quite well in this time control. And Mitrova is someone who likes to play fast. Leon usually goes down to 30 seconds. So this is also a clash of styles of sorts. Arvind drawing his first game against Leon with the white pieces, and he will have the black pieces against Surya. That's also a battle of equals.
And Vaishali and Sarshit as well, yeah. I think their rating is much similar than, let's say, Vaishali in in a previous round. So that will also be very interesting. So round 2, we will promises to definitely, completely change the standings, at least for sure. It will not be the same.
Right. Meanwhile, we have some very strong players in the chat. Grandmaster Sankalp Gupta, International Master Siddhant Mohapatra, roasting me for missing the check in Divya's game against Adeban. That was what I was laughing at for a long time during the.
Okay. But how do you how do you confirm it's Sankalp actually and not somebody impersonating him?
So I spent a long time with Sankalp in the last 1.5 months. So I can just see from his messages that this is Sankalp.
That makes sense.
Sankalp was helping the India 1 team for the Olympiad. And talking about that, Arjun Kalyan was also helping the India 2 team. And he's playing against Nihal, whom he was helping for the Olympiad. So as Sankalp points out, it's a battle of slave versus a master.
And you can see the players, both players very focused. VD is a bit relaxed, and it's a bit dark in VD's room, no? Or is it just
Yeah,
me?
seems so. It's a bit dark. Yeah. It's a bit dark in VD's room. I think he just doesn't have any artificial lights on. It's just the sunlight. But maybe he has some blinds on, so the sunlight is also not through. But I don't know. I would prefer to have a little more light in the room. Oh yeah, there he goes.
He was listening probably. Yeah, he's taking care of it now.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't count on VD listening to a stream I am in even when he's not playing. But
I think he must have formed a habit during the Olympia, right? So
yeah.
But by the way, which is the star game of this round? Like, which is the one we focus at the start? So is it the VD game? Do we go to Nehal's game first? Or do we go to any other game? Which one do you think?
I'll let the chat answer that. Chat, whose game do we go on first? There is Abhimanyu against Vedit. There is Arjun against Nihal. Raunak will be looking to get his first win in the tournament against Sham Sundar with the white pieces. And Atharva with Arjun versus Nihal. Not the Arjun versus Nihal that we have grown to see in this year. You know.
But still pretty tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can bet on Arjun Kalyan's first move. It's going to be 1 e4. I'm not sure what Nihal will respond against that. I think it will be
probably
1
G6,
e5.
yeah. G6, Bishop G7, D6. He always prefers these setups, I think, as black, at least in online events that I've seen. Although, of course, we don't know for sure. Let's see how it goes.
It's possible because Arjun Kalyan would know quite a bit about Nihal's repertoire and what he's capable of. So he will look to, I think, avoid, knight c6. He will e4 knight c6. But you could predict that he was certainly going to avoid theory against Arjun Kalyan.
Yeah.
E4, knight c6, knight f3, d6.
Okay, d6 is on the board, so I'm happy. My prediction is not exactly correct, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I think it's close enough.
Okay,
meanwhile, Sahil, we have something incredible in one of the openings. So I just want to take a brief detour. So it's the Petrov defense in Ganguly Arvind. But look at Arvind's third move, knight into e5. Here, everyone goes d6 automatically. And instead, Arvind just takes knight into e4.
Wow. Okay.
What is the point of this? Now, this is well known, queen e2. When I started playing chess, I would, of course, imitate my opponent's moves. And I have a lot of initial games where after queen e2, I would move my knight. It's attacked. And then my opponent would play knight c6 check and I lose my queen. This is how I learned not to do this. And
you should learn the hard way, I think. Then you don't make the mistake again.
But yeah, queen e2, queen e7, queen into e4, d6, d4, d into e5. From the point of view of opening, this is something very surprising from Arvind because it's well known that white just remains a pawn up after the end of this opening.
Sankalp was saying knight f3, e5. I don't think we have the Kamath gambit here. That might be even worse than this. And for now, Arvind looks well prepared. Yeah, he's playing really fast. So this is all preparation, apparently.
Yeah, this is all preparation, and he was ready for this against Gangs, predicting that Gangs might probably play e4. He's been doing his opening repertoire has been a bit more narrow in recent times, post-pandemic, and I think he's predicted it, but it's really surprising the choice of opening for Arvind.
Yeah, true. Although rapid chess, you never know. If you somehow even if you can somehow get the pawn back, then you might have gained 5 minutes on the clock, and then it might turn out to be a great decision suddenly. So you never know.
Yeah, and what is intriguing about this game is I think Arvind might have found something new and interesting in an old line, which is very effective because there are a number of these situations where you have a conclusion that this is this. But someone who questions it, who looks a bit deeper with newer engines, they manage to, if you can find something like that in an old line where there are ready-made conclusions, then it's very powerful because your opponent likely has that conclusion, but you have something new, and you instantly change around the status quo.
By the way, he castled queenside, so this is going to be sharp, yeah. And I think this like black is kind of fine, yeah. It doesn't seem to be so dangerous suddenly.
I don't know. You're still a pawn down, but yeah, I do respect Stockfish's evaluation, which is mid-level right now.
It's like somehow the e5 pawn is for now hanging, and how do you defend it? Okay, he plays knight c3.
e6, because knight into e5. If you took if queen into e5, then there's bishop into c6.
c6, yes.
And if knight into e5, then was there some tactic here? Some knight d5 or something?
Queen has to, I don't know, queen e6 probably?
Yeah. Here also I don't see anything for white, anything great for white. So I think...
But he did not even go for this, yeah? He directly went a6, so he is still in his prep.
Yeah, for some reason he wanted to provoke this bishop to a4 and then take on e5. And he's still in his preparation. So such a comfortable way to get equality, yeah, against e4.
Yeah.
If you can make 3 knight into e4 work, Sahil, this would work against anyone who plays 1 e4.
Yeah, exactly. It might define opening theory, and then you have 4 minutes extra on the clock as well. So yeah, works perfectly.
Yeah, there is just so much theory in Petrov. e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, knight into e5, d6. You have to study a ton of things. So if you are able to make this knight into e4 work, even for one game, you're just bypassing so much of your opponent's prep.
True.
Meanwhile, yeah, so this is where this game stands. I think Arvind has managed to find comfortable equality. Maybe let's have a look at some of the other games. Yeah.
Maybe with
going back. Yeah.
Which one?
I just wanted to go back to Nihal's game for a brief moment because a lot of chat was commenting that he's lost the opening battle and he fell into Arjun's opening prep. I'm not quite sure because these kind of questions, it feels great for white. White gets a lot of space, but it's also just a typical King's Indian position, where it looks closed. Computer likes it for white, but practically you don't evaluate it the same way.
Yeah, one mistake and suddenly, it's all over. So I think, and also white has to break on the queen side, right? You want to play a move like b5 and then knight c5 and suddenly it's strategically horrible. So you want to play a move like c5 maybe, but for now black kind of has it controlled, so to speak. It still can be played, I guess. And now black plays f5, so he's putting pressure on the e4 pawn, so he doesn't give you time, yeah? So this is always going to be double-edged. In the King's Indian, trusting the engines is like, you just can't do it. You just can't do it for sure.
Yeah, trusting the engines and also practically as a human, even positions where you feel white has a great position, it can suddenly turn around in a matter of few games.
And they have enough time on the clock for now. So both players, well, are under some pressure. I mean, it's like if you're a grandmaster here playing here against, let's say, Nihal, Sareen or Vidit, so how do you approach it? Like, do you just focus on the game and not worry too much? Or having coached Nihal, let's say, helped in the Olympiad, he knows how strong Nihal is. especially at online chess. So does it affect their psyche a little bit? What do you think, Sri?
I think it certainly affects the psyche a little bit in terms of your opening choice and your opening preparation. That's why Nihal went e4, knight c6, which is something you wouldn't see him doing against any other person. But since Arjun Kalyan knows him so well, he probably knows Nihal's repertoire inside out. Nihal would have had to tell him what are his options, what he's capable of. And also, Arjun Kalyan has the reputation of being very good at opening preparation, which is why he was helping the Indian team in the Olympiad. I think it certainly makes a massive difference in your opening choice and selection. Not otherwise, not so much otherwise, but yeah, in terms of the opening choice and selection, it has a very direct and tangible impact.
So this looks very interesting. He plays rook to f8. Well, obviously on the file, which is going to open up very soon. So maybe we can go to Vidit's game briefly and see what's happening there. It's Puranik against Vidit, a very important game there. The swindler against this against the guy who really wants it all back. Yeah, and he really is fighting for it all. So very interesting position here. Queenside castles and kings. Well, when the kings are on the opposite side, usually it's like, you get this free hand to push all the pawns. There is nothing held back. Okay, you castle that side, suddenly your pawns get turbocharged. They're like, push me now. It's like, a5 now, and now it's which will be the guy to first open up a file? That's the question.
Yeah, Sahil, and Abhimanyu has managed to get something very funky and interesting. It's still a bit close though. It's not so easy to get the files open. I think especially for white, it doesn't feel like he's getting ideas with g4 anytime soon, because in these kind of questions, black can take on h4. He can take on all these pawns. He's not crashing through. Black's defensive setup is very well established. But that said, I think this is a good kind of question to go against with it, forcing him out of his known opening knowledge and trying to get a fresh position. But on the other hand, it can also be a very dangerous strategy, because if you force Vidit onto these kind of situations, he's going to fight you with all his strength. And Vidit is incredibly strong.
True. Somebody saying Sahil got invitations from Norway Chess and Vaikenze. साफ सफाई की invitation को invitation नहीं बोलते भाई. That's not a real invitation. Okay, anyways, VD is calculating. Yeah, he's calculating something. I don't know what is the variation he's looking at right now, but he looks pretty focused. By the way, what do you think it means for Vidit here to win this tournament? Like, he is the favorite on paper, and he's supposed to be, one of the guys who's also very stable. Yeah, he's the guy who doesn't lose very often. So he's supposed to definitely play well in this tournament. And how much do you think it means to Vidit to win this tournament or play well, basically, here?
I think it means a lot. Again, as I recently said, nothing has been going with its way in a really long time. His last good performance was, I think, in the Sochi World Cup, where he reached the quarterfinal, eventually losing to Duda. Since then, he has had a number of decent performances, but no performance which stands up to Vidit standards, which, Vidit has pretty high standards for himself, and it doesn't go anywhere close to it. And at the beginning of the year, I think Vidit would have been very eager to break this 2750 barrier, which has been beneath him for quite a while now. But which has been out of his reach for quite a while. But he has just not got things going his way. So any kind of win will help bring back that confidence. It will bring back some much needed positive momentum in his career. And it's also interesting how the rise of the super talents, the super juniors, would impact Vidit's psyche.
Yeah, that was my next question, actually. I was going to ask you, is it going to affect Vidit, like make him more motivated and so on?
I think it certainly affects him both the ways. He's been, I think, between the number 2 and number 3 for a really long time, and he could be there without. Uh, Despite not having a major increase in his rating for a really long time, because it was just how things were in India. He was so strong, much better than the rest of the players in his generation, that there was just no threat to the number 2, number 3 spot. But now, with a number of these kids threatening to take it away, and Gukesh and Arjuna have already surpassed them in classical ratings. I think this would initially come as a bit of a shock for Vidit, after which he probably sits down and realizes that he can't just continue going the same way. He has to have some kind of a change in momentum. The same way, as in, not especially, I'm not saying that he's doing anything wrong right now, but he certainly needs some kind of a change in momentum, some shift in what and how he's doing things.
Yeah, he's been around 27, I think 10 to 2740 for a while, and he would love to push that barrier, 2750. And he has the experience, something which probably the juniors have less of. So he would love to work on that fire and get there, I think. And he was very close, I think, to Tata Steel, as you mentioned, Grand Prix in Tata Steel, and then he kind of lost a few rating points. And as he mentioned in the comments, he's trying to become the 2.0. And by the way, we have 2 more youngsters coming up right behind, Prag and Nihal, very close to 2700. So we're going to have 7 players about 2700 soon. That is insane. I mean, we could field almost 2 Olympiad teams, with a rating of 2700, like every player almost. That's insane.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Prag is pretty much there, about 2700. I also mentioned this in a recent video. The way Prag has been playing in the FTX Crypto Cup and all the majors of the Play Magnus events, he's been beating players of such high rating, but it doesn't really count towards his FIDE rating because it's online rapid. Now imagine if all those wins against Duda, Mamadiyaro, all those things has been in FIDE rated classical games. Now Prag would already be about 2750 if that was the case. And I think it's only a matter of time that Prag goes, he goes past 2700 and close towards 2750. And Nihal has not progressed as quickly as these other 3 kids, but I wouldn't read too much into it. I wouldn't make it a long-term conclusion. Nihal is also just 18 years old and quite young, with a lot of neuroplasticity, a lot of ability to change things that require changing. And he has, I think, incredible chess strength. So it's also a matter of time for Nihal before he reaches about 2700. And there's a question in the chat about if Prag Nihal will cross VD Hari, or if the seniors will go up to 2750 plus. I think there's really no question about it. The juniors are going to grow much faster. They have the age, they have the opportunities, they have pretty much everything in their favor. But most importantly, the age and the youthfulness.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, when you're an adult, you have to interact with people. For example, Srinath has to do it with me. So as soon as the commentary stage finishes, he will have to go back and practice for an extra day or 2 just to cover it up. Yeah. So it happens, and juniors are kind of free of that. So they kind of grow faster. That's the main reason.
Yeah, I have to wash out London system from my system.
Exactly. Although I'm waiting for a game to have the London system, then at least I will have some ground to stand on. But okay, maybe you can go to Divya's game and see how she's doing now against SL. Oh, we have not looked at V's game actually too much. So what do you think after Queen D1?
So they've just been maneuvering around for some time, Sahil, but I don't really see a plan for White happening that easily. I believe that he's aiming towards some kind of a g4 break. But the thing is, even if white achieves it, it is in favor of black. Black will take all the pawns on the king side.
Yeah, and he took on
And
e4,
yeah, he took on e4. Now you would think that on an initial look, black is playing on the queen side because the white king is on this side. But I think black has an advantage on pretty much all the sides. So he comes rook f7 next, and it's actually these pawns which are weaknesses. Although the kings are castled on the opposite sides, and this is not one of those positions where the sides are playing against an attack on the opposition king. Instead, I think it's a position where black is just strategically better. And as I said initially, things can go very wrong very quickly against Vidit if you just play a bit inaccurately. Even if you have the white pieces where there is a larger room for error, but if you don't know what you're doing and if you walk into Vidit's strengths, then I think things can go bad really quickly. And
here, how does he capture back though? Because if you take with the knight, which you want to, then a4 might be an issue. I open the a file. And if you take with the pawn, then bishop h3, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you just summed it up perfectly. The problem in white's position.
That doesn't look good for Abhimanyu here at all. And this might be very difficult to come back from. Because once your king is that, you can always come back in a game. Maybe if your opponent makes a mistake, if an exchange down, maybe a pawn down. But if your king is attacked, it kind of becomes much more difficult because you never have that free hand to create any counterplay. So he takes with the knight. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I think he kind of had to because he couldn't afford to give the f2 pawn. But this, as you mentioned, Sahil, it does allow this rook to come into the game. And in future, he will play d5, even at the cost of sacrificing the c5 pawn, but to open up the g7 bishop. And this position just feels like Vidit's kind of position where I expect him to win this game quite powerfully and convincingly. Now, we have seen Vidit having messing up a lot of good positions in the past, but I think, to be honest, that's also at a different level. And the level of the Indian Chess Tour, although it is a very strong tournament, but relatively, compared to the tournaments Vidit is used to playing and the opposition is used to playing, this tournament is, I think, at a much lower pedestal.
True. And by the way, somebody is asking, there was a podcast by Fabiano Caruana recently. So yeah, that was interesting, where he's apparently mentioned that Arjun, he's a big fan of Arjun. Caruana mentioned this. Yeah, I mean, I think the entire world is now. I think they saw how Team B performed. Like they literally almost won gold and actually won the medal. It's insane. They are just teenagers, yeah. And I'm sure every world top 10 player has huge respect for these Indian youngsters, clearly.
Absolutely. And Arjun's game is just beautiful. It just flows. It flows in a very pleasing way to your eyes, the kind of strategic smoothness that he brings to the game, his calculation. It's not. It's also something that's easy on the eye and understandable. There's another way you get mesmerized when the game is so complex that you don't understand what's going on, but the player somehow brings it. But Arjun's method of playing, it is understandable. It's very easy on the eyes, easy to explain. It flows like a classic.
And nowadays the only question when you're making any sort of recap is, which Indian youngster do I cover today? That is the most important decision to make. So because
I think you should cover them all.
Yeah, but maybe we can have a brief look at the other games. Maybe go to Divya's game briefly. It will be very interesting, and she has a very interesting position actually. If you go quickly, and
yeah, she does have an interesting position. But it just looks nicer for black straight off the bat.
True.
Bit hard to explain why, because it's not like
it's not. I guess at some point black plays f5 to kind of break these 2 pawns. But the knight on e5 is still kind of there. Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah, but the knight doesn't have a lot of potential. It's doing more of a defensive role because if the knight moves away, then black will just storm in with his pawns. So it's doing more of a defensive role, and it doesn't have a good dark square to sit on. Like for example, if you can put this knight on f6, sit with the pawn on g5, then yes, you have something. But if all the good squares of the knight are in light squares, then this black's light square bishop will be able to keep it under its control.
King g7, good move. You're just getting off any checks, and then now you have all options in hand. So white still I would say it's probably slightly better for black, Shri. I think so, because but how do you how do you get rid of this knight though? I think if you take, then do you take it or do you go for f5? Is there anything else?
I think first bring your pieces. Rook d8, rook d5. First get your pieces in better places, and then you try and initiate some concrete action. I'm not sure about rook d5, but certainly rook d8. You have to get the rooks into the game, and maybe some rook h8 as well, attacking the h4 pawn. Like one thing that comes to my mind is I start with rook h8. If white goes h5, then black goes f5, and that way you break white's pawn structure. And if black doesn't do that, if white doesn't do that, then how do you defend the h4 pawn?
True. Yeah, I think this will be an important game for both players, because SL would love to, because I think if you're trying to win the tournament, you really want to make sure you get that win against the lowest seed, like in any tournament in general, right? So if you kind of draw or lose that game, then it kind of lowers your confidence as well.
Absolutely, and SL hasn't had the best of starts, losing with the white pieces in the first round against Surya Ganguly. This tournament format is such that it is a bit more forgiving for your losses. It's better to have one loss and one win than two draws. But on the other hand, if he doesn't win this game as well, then it's going to put a big dampener in his prospects.
Yep. And okay, so both players having 7 minutes each. And maybe we can go to Nehal Sareen's game briefly, because he's somehow opened up the king side a little bit. And he has double the time, not double exactly, but almost double the time. Interesting position there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nihal, once again, showing his change in approach, playing fast, playing these kind of uncompromising openings, not really trying to go for, not really trying to stay solid, he's trying to create these chances. He's trying to create the uncompromising positions. And Nihal has been unlucky in quite a few games, I should say. He really tries hard to create these fights, but somehow things fizzle out, or somehow his opponent, who is not so high rated, ends up playing these very strong defensive moves. This has been a pattern in his games for quite a long time. But he's kept persisting. And the thing with persistence is your effort stays the same, but the circumstances change. You don't get bad luck all the time. Now, the 50% chances now start to fall in your way. And that's when this shift happens in results.
So, well, this game is interesting. I do like the knight on f4, I have to say. It kind of controls some important squares. So, which game shall we go to? Maybe we can have a look at the game of Leon against... I think I remember last time Leon was really leading the event, right? I think for a long while. He was playing really well. So, he is one guy to definitely look out for in this format. And he
absolutely, Sahil. Leon has a lot of practice in this format. He played in the Julius Baer Challengers Chess Tour, where he gained a lot of practice in this format. And then he's been in the Indian Chess Tour as well for a few tournaments. I have to say good things about him, because he did start with the Catalan opening in this game. And look at what a nice position he has at the end of
no transformations there. Direct Catalan. And yeah, this looks dominating. Yeah, all the pawns on light squares and the bishop is locked on d7.
Yeah, so a better structure for white is light square bishop, all the pawns on dark squares, and the same for black. He has a light square bishop, but all the pawns on the light squares. So two problems. One is this bishop doesn't get a lot of mobility, but secondly, black doesn't control the dark squares really well. One advantage that Mitraba has against Leon is his time advantage. He's very fast, so he's always going to be a bit faster against Leon. But this position kind of, I think, plays by itself. Rook coming to c5, other rook to c1. There's just this unbearable pressure on c6. He brings the queen also up next. It's I think maybe black can go for something like h5, h4 as a distraction on the other side.
Yeah, these positions make me feel even I can play chess actually sometimes. So looks very, very stable. By the way, Vidit's game has completely blown apart. Maybe we can have a look at that game. So a few moves happened, and it seems to be that he is in a great position as of now.
Yeah, he managed to get this d5 in, a4 being a4, so the b file opened. D5 has happened. So right now this bishop is not going to play a major role, the g7 bishop, because the b2 bishop is watching. But there are going to be threats of sacrifice on b2. Rook b8, rook into b2, the a4 pawn vulnerable, everything vulnerable in white's position. To
do you think
just put it in one sentence,
Puronik has any chance to swindle here? Any chance?
I think it's very unlikely. I have a lot of trust and confidence in Vidit in this type of position. Yeah, I mean, we have seen Puranik swindle a lot, but I think Vidit is simply at a higher level. That said, Vidit has had a few incredible games against Prague. Somehow Prague has turned out to be Vidit's nemesis, and he had a nice position against Prague in Vacancy earlier this year, where he messed it up. Then there was one of the games in Champion Chess Tour where Vidit was completely winning against Prague, and that was like +4 or +5, and that also got turned around. But I think those positions had more complexity in them, whereas this position is just a clear advantage for black with all the strategic triumphs. The kind of position which Vidit excels at.
Chat, what do you think will happen? Will Vidi win? Will it be a draw? Will Puranik again cause an upset? Because if he does it in this game, then it's insane, right? Then we can call him the swindler, maybe. I don't know if that's a positive name, but I mean it in a positive sense, because this is very, very difficult. But yeah, for now, okay, so knight is backed. So you have to do something. Do you come back knight b3, or do you play a move like bishop a3 here? Like, what do you think is better in terms of swindling?
You want to try and keep at bay all of white's threats as long as possible. Knight b3 doesn't look so attractive because then there is rook into a4, and the rook comes in. Bishop a3, then there is this diagonal getting opened up. So he goes for the other option, d4. Now I was thinking of d4. Didn't feel attractive to me because again you're just opening up invitations for black's pieces. I was thinking black can go e4 and it opens up the d3 square for the knight in the future. You can also take d into c4 because d into e5 is not really a threat. This also keeps the d3 square under control. But you have taken a pawn. Immediately whips out knight f3. And initially I was looking at a way to make rook b8 work here. But knight into e5 is a threat. So Vidit has to pay attention to that. But I think he can do that with something like rook e7, I guess.
Chad, look at the king on c1. I mean, that is the problem there. It has no pawns. And it's not like they are anywhere close. So I think all diagonals, files, everything is opened up. And this looks very, very difficult. Like there might be multiple ways. Like that's the problem, right? When a king is unsafe, what do? You can have an extra piece on the other side of the board. It doesn't mean anything. That's the issue. Even if you win material, even then there'll be practical chances. So that's the issue here. And as you can see, as she mentioned, rook b8, ed4, like there are many, many plans here. Let's see what he goes for.
king is like the health of the position. Yeah. Meanwhile, I think Divya has also completely lost Sahil. SL sacrificed an exchange at around this point, knight c5. He just took f into g4, ignoring the threat of knight e6 check. And now these pawns are just unstoppable. Beautiful pawns, d3,
Yeah,
4,
beautiful.
g3. So I think this is just completely lost here. And d1 in the game between Karthikeyan and Adivan seems to be making a comeback. He played this very obscure variation in Sicilian Rosolimo with 3e5, where he was clearly well prepared. He played maybe we'll take that through for a recap later, but in the present position, he's just a pawn up. He's just a clear pawn up.
And again, king safety, yeah, the pawn being on g2, like that already makes it a better position. And of course, the pawn on d3 doesn't make it easier either. So it's kind of worse in the center, worse on the king side.
He's actually 2 pawns up, no?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, 2 pawns up and no pawn
if you
to
take on
play.
d3, then you take on b2, right? And
yeah,
it's just black has a potential pass pawn on the queen side, and I don't see any like counterplay for white, at least on the king side. The structure is spoiled, but not enough pieces somehow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think, sorry, Sahil, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think AD needs this win. Yeah, he just needs this win because he was almost winning in the last game and then somehow lost. So he needs that win under his belt.
Absolutely, he needs something, some positive momentum going. Maybe let's get back to the Abhimanyu Vidit game, yeah, which is heating up, and Vidit is down to less than a minute.
Oh, okay. This is the moment when swindles happen. So Abhimanyu is right where he wants to be, but his king is not where he wants to be. So I'm not still sure what is going to happen in the game. But for now, then okay, this should be over though. I think queen a3 is incoming, bishop on d4. The pawn on d3 is literally a monster. Like that pawn is worth a piece. Yeah, I mean, it's like getting married. You're not happy either way. So you take it or don't take it, regardless. You're not happy always. So yeah, I don't know what he does. I think it's probably one last trap here. I don't know what that trap will be.
Let's say I take queen into d3. What do you do? Just trying to get into the mind of.
I mean, in the mind of, yeah, I could probably take on f3, right, and then take on d4.
Yeah.
And then it's like my king is so safe. You can take my bishop on s3. Doesn't matter. I will mate you at some point. If it's not, even if queen b2, rook d7, your g4 pawn kind of prevents the queen and d7. So yeah, so I think it should be over very soon.
Yeah, I think the amount of time it's going to take is only the amount of time Abhimanyu needs to accept how bad his position is.
True. By the way, I was looking at, we have these evaluations for all the games. In round 1, throughout most of the games, they were kind of in the middle somewhere. But if you look at these evaluations together, there's not even a single one which is close to the middle. Like we have like better positions for one side in all the games, which is rather weird. Yeah, so players definitely pushing for wins, and there is incentive, Chad, because there are 3 points for a win and 1 for a draw. So you might rather, it's better to lose a game and win a game than basically draw 2 games. So that's the best part.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have done some excellent changes in the format this year, Sahil. Maybe queen into d3 on the board. I think Will is just trying to figure out if rook into f3 works or not. He goes for it.
Yep. I think this should be. He takes the rook. Yeah, now it's over. Now there is nothing. Your king is completely bare open. There is no defense whatsoever.
So with that, I think we are going to have Vidit's first win in the Indian Chess Tour.
Yeah.
And these wins haven't been easy to come, Sahil, for Vidit, because he's exclusively played in the Champion Chess Tour. where it's just at a completely different level. It's almost like international cricket and domestic cricket.
True.
Although
Yeah,
India is perhaps one of the strongest chess countries, even then there's a massive difference in the two levels.
Somebody saying in the chat, equal position bol do Sahil bhai. Dude, even if I was hallucinating, this doesn't look equal, man. The king on c1 is just like the rooks on g1 and e1 is just useless. They have no job to do. Like, what are they doing? They can't support the king, especially the rook on g1. What is it doing? So you would rather have like 3 pawns on b2, c2, d2 than have that rook on g1 right now.
Yeah, and now rook c4 check, rook b4 also incoming. Rook b4 is an option. What a beastly game by Vidit in this round. And again, Sahil, you have to be careful not to get worse against Vidit from the opening, even regardless of white or black.
Yeah, so I played in the Simul against Vidit, right, with an Anish. So Vidit was the guy to show up at my board, and I told him to go easy on me, and he was like, "I will try my best not to." So he doesn't shy away from playing the best moves. And then during the Simul, what he would do is whenever he would sense it's a critical moment, he would wait for Anish to play the moves. He's very clever. Yeah, he will let Anish make the extremely critical choices so that he can later blame it on Anish. So he's very, very practical, and he will find the best way to convert this game. Yeah, bishop g4. Yeah, very practical. Taking the pawn, attacking the rook. Nothing special.
Yep. And it's game over. I think this is so comprehensively winning that we should perhaps move to one of the other games. The game between Arjun and Nihal has gone in a different direction than what was largely anticipated. Arjun Kalyan doing really well here, but I don't see is bishop a4 a serious problem for black here?
Yeah, seems to be, because I mean, again, the pass pawn is very dangerous.
But his point is he wants to take c into d6. Rook into f7, bishop into f7. This is why Nihal has played bishop e6 on the previous move. But he's played bishop a4, okay. But this doesn't look good. This, I think, is liquidating towards a draw.
You're right.
White had pressure, but yeah, he missed a trick. He played it like me, which is not a compliment.
But I think bishop a4 looks so natural, right? It looks so natural. You want to put pressure, and time is also a factor here, I guess. It's not easy.
Yeah, it looks natural, but Nihal played bishop e6 for a reason, I think. Yeah, he's not going to give away his c7 pawn just like that. So I think you had to activate your sense of danger. Why is Nihal letting me do this? And now the thing is, the black king is quite close. He's going to come and take the d6 pawn. Yeah. White will have enough time to, I think, take one of these pawns in return. And we are heading towards a draw.
By the way, we have 4 results already. So Mitraba has drawn against Leon. SL has won against Divya. Ronak has defeated Sham, and Vidit has defeated Puranik. So we already have 4 results, and 3 of them were wins for one side. So yeah, very few draws. We had only 2 in the last round, as far as I remember, and we only have 1 so far. So, and all the remaining games seem to be held to results apart from Nihal's game.
Yeah. But also, Adivan seems to be winning in his game. Yeah, I think this is going to be a draw, Sahil. I think we can conclude that. And on the other side, Adivan is about to deliver checkmate. He's roaring back from his first round defeat.
Yeah.
Both Adivan and Karthikeyan have been recently married.
Interesting detail there. Okay, I think first was Adiban though, right? And then Karthikeyan.
Yeah, first was Adiban, and Karthikeyan. Karthikeyan, I think, being one of the youngest players to get married in Indian chess. He's, I think, 23 years old, 24. I don't know. He's the same age as Arvind, and in my mind, both of these guys are like
Kids.
incredibly young. I've always seen them as kids. So
Yeah. Although the game is not finished yet, it's still going on, and time pressure is a factor. We saw Adiban make a mistake in the last game, although this one is of course much more difficult, but still, you never know. You never know. Because
yeah,
the blacking is also a bit slightly. It's not as clear as the with game, for example. So somebody's asking Srinath, when is your marriage? And then lol. I don't know what the lol was for, but I'll still pass the message on.
yeah. I don't know. I'll just pretend to not notice it, like I do whenever my mom brings up the same question.
Wow, Adiban's camera quality is too top notch today. Ah, nice. Oh, he
Yeah,
went
and he
away
has
from
also
the
won
board,
the
yeah?
game.
Oh, he
No,
won
no,
the
he's won
game.
the game.
Ah, he
Yeah,
won the
yeah.
game.
Queen
Wow.
C7 and Karthikeyan
Resigned.
either lost on time or resigned. I don't know, but from his
Hmm.
facial expression, I don't know what to make of it.
I think he
But
resigned. Yeah,
yeah,
it looks like it almost looks like he's calculating. So probably a resignation. But yeah, I think it looks interesting because now the bishop is coming to b7 and yeah, knight g2. So yeah.
yeah. Meanwhile, another live game going on between Vaishali and Harshit, and it looked. I think it looked nice for White for a long time, but now it's actually Harshit who's turned on the screws here. He's pawn up. Usually, these 3 versus 2 positions are quite easy to defend, but with the presence of the queen, it has a few more things to pay attention to for the defensive side for
And somehow
Vaishali.
the pieces for white, yeah. I mean, the rook on g1, the king on h1, very, very boxed in. He trades, he plays queen b1 and then rook c2. He avoids the queen trade. The rook endgame would be much more easier to hold, I think. So that generally makes sense.
Now,
I
White
think black should
can't.
have, black should have genuine chances to win this.
Yeah, but the good thing for White is she has only one threat to pay attention to. Black threatens f3, and that's pretty much the only threat to pay attention to. So, meanwhile, we do have a draw in Arjun Kalyan Nihal's game. So, that has ended in a draw. Do we have any? How many people have won 2 out of 2?
We'll have a look at that. By the way, we have a lot of black wins. So Arvind, SL, Adiban, and Vidit all winning with the black pieces.
Yeah, and Arvind won that game with that opening. Yeah, e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, knight into e5,
yeah,
knight into e4.
He won it. So yeah, that's crazy. So probably some opening prep to analyze later. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also the effect of springing in these new surprises to your opponent. It's always so much more uncomfortable to play something unknown, even for such strong GMs. Now Arshit is trying to threaten checkmate with rook into g1 and queen 1 check. Probably not going to work against Vaishali. She just plays h3, opens up a lift, and I think this is going towards going to be very difficult for White to create something here.
Yeah, now the queen is on g8, so there are also a lot of checks from behind. So yeah, rook e3 played. The threat being, of course, rook h3. So yeah, but okay, time pressure can make you do awkward things. You never know. Yeah, time pressure is very awkward sometimes.
Absolutely, but Vaishali is just very good at noticing these little tricks. So you're going to have to come up with something more against her to get something that she misses. You have to pose her more challenging problems.
I like the rook on g3 though. Somehow it kind of puts pressure on g2, h3, and does many jobs at once. But
yeah, he wants to get in f3.
Yeah.
He wants to get in f3 clearly. But now there's you don't have this threat on g2 anymore as black. So this rook is free to swing out and start trading threats.
So unpenning the pawn now again. Basically, you want to open up the white king as much as possible. Yeah. So you need that pawn push f3 there. Once the g pawn is moved somewhere, or just pushing the pawn to f3, then the king becomes completely open, and then it will be very difficult to save the king.
Yeah.
And
So would you
ideally,
go
you
queen
want to
e4?
push. Yeah. So ideally, you want to push more pawns, because then your king also opens up. So there'll be perpetuals there. And yeah, you're saying she something?
I was wondering if black will play some queen e4 or queen d5.
Finally, the rook comes out. Finally, it peeks from the side. Hello, can I play?
Hey, but you can play f3 now, no?
Was it possible?
I was thinking because rook into f3, there's rook e1 check.
Yeah, it was possible. I think it was possible. Yes,
and g into f3 is the kind of now rook e2 should win, I think.
True.
This is the chance. This is the kind of chance he was trying to create, but I'm not sure if he's going to get many more of it.
By the way, Harshit looks focused. I hope because if he's playing from the US, then it'll be a very different time zone for him. Like it'll be, I think, early morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, from his backdrop, what do you make of it?
I would say,
is there a blackboard?
Blackboard, yeah. So probably the US, yeah. Blackboard makes sense because if he's studying there.
Yeah, I don't know though. I mean, why would he? I see a black backdrop, but is it really a blackboard?
No, it is a blackboard. It is blackboard. It seems like a chalk typical blackboard, yeah.
Yeah, but then he seems to have some. There seems to be some bottles next to it. What could that be?
Maybe hand wash or something. Let's not. It might be cream. It might be hair oil. You never know. I mean, typical stuff. Oh, by the way, so he had a chance to trade queens.
Yeah.
She had a chance, but she plays check, and now the queen has to come back.
So the thing is, if she trades queens, she also loses any chance to win. Yeah, and maybe she's. If black makes a blunder, you can still win here. So. But yeah, I think that was really the chance. This f3.
This is the only game remaining. By the way, all the games are finished. But then, would you dare play king h4 here? would you play king h4? Or would you
It's not a question of courage.
It might be. It might be.
It just
okay. Yeah. My bad. Yeah. True.
No, I think we're seeing a repetition. Yeah, some kind of repetition. We had the same position earlier.
Oh,
queen
now king h6.
But now he goes king h6, and he's gained some time. He is close to a minute now. It's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to play with 10 seconds. Yeah. And recently, Nihal was pointing out how it's so much calmer to play with 10 seconds when you're playing on a computer screen rather than on a chess board. Do you feel the same way, Sahil? Like, do you feel it's easier to play with time pressure on computer rather than on a chess board?
Yeah, for sure. Because you have the option of pre-moving. And then usually when you're playing online, the stakes are lower. I think that's the basic benefit. So if you're playing OTB chess, so you lose rating, right? So time pressure, even if you have 30-second increment, that's somehow more stakes. And if you're playing online, even if you lose a game, usually the stakes are not the same in most cases. So I would say and pre-moving really helps. Yeah, it really helps. You can pre-move. If you really want to queen, you can just pre-move all the way. Yeah? We've seen Hikaru do this. I mean, he will pre-move like 50 moves in one go. So, and then sit back like this and chill. He could literally watch a movie then. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and aside from these things, I think I find it really helpful that when you're playing in front of a screen, in your field of vision, you have both a chess board as well as a chess clock. And in an OTB game, you have to you have to look on your side frequently to check the time you have. So let's say you're playing with 5 seconds and with 2 seconds increment, you have to constantly check if you have enough time. Sometimes you go down to 1 second and you don't know. You don't know that you were down to 1 second because you're thinking on the position. So your field of vision, it's just not a straight vision. You have to constantly turn a bit and check the time. But when you're playing online, I think that makes a big difference. It's just so much easier to play in front of a screen as opposed to over the board in time scrambles.
That's a very interesting point, actually, and absolutely true. Because I remember I was playing a game once and I was completely winning, but then I suddenly looked to the right and I saw I had 1 second. So I just played whatever piece came into my hand first. I had no other choice. I literally wanted to play the knight. I had to move the pawn, and then the game became equal and it ended up a draw. So you just don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So what happens is over the board, you have some sense of how much time you have. Like we have the sense of time without looking at the clock itself. And you have some sense of how much time is remaining. And you base this, and with the help of this, you generally make moves when you have around 10 seconds, 15 seconds, these kind of situation. Playing on screen, I think it's just a lot more efficient for playing the short of time controls. It's built better for it.
And now you should take this queen, right? As white.
Yeah, but also it doesn't matter. I think you can go queen c8. Black doesn't.
Queen g3.
Okay, queen g3 check.
Yeah. So I think you should take now.
Yeah, I fell into it exactly. Although queen g3, you can't survive with this either. Yeah, now she takes it.
Yeah. This should be still a this should be a draw still. But I think this will last a few moves.
Yeah, but this is, I think, a very comfortable draw for white. Black's only way to try and create something is with f3. This pawn on h4 is a disadvantage for black because he can't get this break with g4. And now this g4 break will not really help him create a passed pawn. And the only way to create something is f3, but with just one thread to defend against it becomes very easy for white.
I think
Sahil wins games within 20 moves with his London, so no point of 10 seconds. Stop asking such questions and don't disrespect.
I really hope Gata Kamsky is not there in the chat. I really apologize. Otherwise, he will literally be, wondering what the hell is going on. Because I think Kamsky has stopped playing the London nowadays. But I think if there's one guy which you can check out his games, at least the past games for the London, I think it's Kamsky. I think he's played so much. I think I played this World Open in Philadelphia, and there they had a lecture by Kamsky on the London system in 2016. So then he showed his own games against Goganov and all these castling final move, and I was like, wow, this looks impressive. And then I started playing it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Kamsky is an excellent player of the London system. Nihal and Arjun also use quite a bit of London system. Nihal in particular, Magnus Carlsen, Aronian. I think almost everyone plays the London system. It's actually a good opening.
By the way, does Hans Niemann play it?
He plays a version of it. It's called the Jabava London. With the inclusion of knight to c3. He's also done a Chessable course on the Jabava London, and it's actually pretty decent.
By the way, it does seem to be, I think he's in the US. Yeah, Harshit, I think he is in the US. It does seem to be like that somehow.
Our producer doesn't think he's playing from the US.
Really? I just sent a bug there, and that bug just sent me information that he's from the US, but okay. It doesn't matter.
I think either one is wrong.
I think the producer also thinks the bug is correct.
How do you have such bugs all around?
Well, we live in Delhi, so polluted air, more bugs. Srinath, what opening do you like with white? Somebody's asking.
Catalan.
I think that's pretty evident. Yeah, I mean, so 1G3 is Srinath and 1B3 is Adiban. So you can only join one club. You can't join both. Reti is not allowed.
Well, Reti works actually because you can go to the Catalan with Reti. You can also a lot of 1B3 setups transpose to one knight of 3
I think it's a psychology.
or
You're
C4.
committing to any club then. You're not Srinath's friend, you're not Adiban's friend. You need to commit to one move then. Like you're just keeping both options open. It's like dating two people at the same time. You never know which one you like more. So
Yeah, which is something I wouldn't mind, except the choice of the other opening could be a bit better for that person.
I thought you're saying dating two people you wouldn't mind. Okay. My bad. Which I wouldn't mind. I'm like, really? That's why he's not interested in marriage. Yeah, adds up. Yeah, it all adds up somehow.
I don't want to. I wouldn't go out and deny it, but I wouldn't also.
Okay. I get your point. I get your point. By the way, Harshit is holding his head. I hope it's because he's a bit sleepy and not because he made a mistake. I don't see any mistake there.
I think he made a. I think he's just regretting about his missed chances earlier.
Yeah, maybe.
But I'm not really sure if he had much chances in the game. Maybe he did at some point earlier. I don't know. But he's definitely regretting some life choice or game choice.
Probably dating only one person.
I don't know. I don't know him
By
that
the way,
well.
do the other players wait for round 3 or do they start their games? If let's say this is going to last a few more minutes.
Usually they start the other games. Only the opponents of Harshit and Vaishali would wait. In which case, Vidit is the opponent of Vaishali. He has the white pieces.
Yeah.
And Leon is the opponent of Harshit with the black pieces.
By the way, chat, as usual, Vidit is playing Vaishali in the next round. So he's the top seed, okay, so to speak, in the classical ratings. And he's playing Vaishali, who's one of the lower seeds. So he would again want to win and then take that lead. Yeah. And it will be interesting to see the standings as well, who has 2 wins and so on. This game is looking like one where we might have to wait for a few more moves. Ishan is saying the problem is he isn't getting even one. Okay, I don't know why he loves roasting you so much. Ishan, not everybody is an IIT genius. What can we do, man? We have to manage. We have to manage what we have. Not everybody can get into IIT, and then decide, do I go to IIT Mumbai? No. Bombay? No. Maybe maybe just to MIT directly. We don't have those choices, buddy.
True story. I think we are finally seeing. Okay, Harshit. Sahil. There are these online tournaments where it gets so annoying for the others when there's this one game which keeps going on, although the result is known. They just play Rook versus Rook, Rook, and it just goes on for another 5 minutes, which holds up the pairing and annoys everyone else. Thankfully, that doesn't happen in these tournaments, and we have kickoff in some of the games of round 3. And I think one game to look forward to for round 3 is the game between Nihal against Ronak.
So if it has started, maybe we can go to that game, because this game most likely might just end in a draw.
Absolutely. Although we don't have kickoff for the Nihal game
just yet.
The game between Mitraba and Surya has begun. At least we have the first move on, but I don't see. I see only the first move here. I see only the first move, so maybe we can return to it when we have more moves. Whilst we see the instinctive drawing method of Vaishali by brute force.
F4,
and
F4
with
F4,
yep. I think probably what Harshit was regretting from the point of view of this game, not talking about the white topic was, I think he had a chance at, around this point. Queen b4, rook f1, rook into e7, queen a6, rook e1, and here Vaishali played b7, which allowed black this very cute trick, queen into b7. And around this point, it looks really winning, but Harshad was not able to.
With f3 also, right? At some point he was winning, I think. Maybe he realized that later.
Yeah. He also had that point with f6. And here queen d5 wins.
Wow.
Queen d5, queen e6, queen d1. This is the winning way.
Beauty. Nice. Maybe we can have a brief look at the standings. That might really help if it is possible. And then because we have the result, we can also go to round. Yeah, we have the standings. So Vidit Gujarati on top with 4 points. So nobody has won both games. Very interesting, Sri. What do you think about that?
I think it's a pretty balanced field overall. So we don't have anyone running away with it yet. But I think it is going to happen sooner or later, Sahil. This is a tournament of momentum. So someone's going to get that momentum and start running away with it. And that's what we have seen in all the events so far in the different Indian chess tours, earlier in the Challengers Chess Tour in similar fields. You have to get that momentum and you start running away with it. And the person who does that the best without having too many of dips, the person who keeps that momentum going without having the dip usually is the winner of these events. Meanwhile, round 3 has started and Nihal and Raunak have started off with a Rogozin against 1d4 from Nihal. This is also an interesting thing. Both of them playing in the B team for the Olympiad. Teammates not so long ago, preparing together not so long ago, and now they are facing off against each other.
Yep, and this is an all-important game, I think, because whosoever wins, basically goes to the lead, and then there's this rivalry. It's like as you clearly mentioned, it's like a trade-off. So you're kind of in the same team, and then you're playing against each other, and it's very interesting. So some of your friends prep. You know how he plays, his weaknesses, strengths. You've grown up with these guys because they're from the same age group. So you've played them multiple times over the past few years. So you know them very, very well. So your opening choices, everything is already known. So it's very interesting who kind of takes the edge in this game. Very, very interesting here.
Absolutely. And Raunak is a bit younger than Nihal, I think by a year or two. I don't exactly remember, but yeah, Raunak is the younger one. And I do remember that Nihal used to have a fantastic head-to-head score against Raunak. He had a lot of those wins, especially in online chess earlier. And Raunak managed to cover up a lot of that deficit, and he managed to improve a lot. And he in fact reached the finals of the Junior Speed Chess Championship last year, which was an incredible feat, losing eventually to Nihal, but he covered up a lot of the deficit. And in recent times, Raunak's performances have been quite topsy-turvy. Some very important wins in the Olympiad, some spectacular performances, but also some very disappointing performances. He didn't have a great tournament in Abu Dhabi. He didn't have a great tournament in Dubai. But he's been playing, he's been at the top in most of the online events that he's been playing in.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think two moves from Raunak, kind of come to my mind when I think of his performance in the Olympiad. One was knight d4. That was just pure brilliancy. And then I remember that blunder, when King, I think it was some b3 and then some sacrifice on f7 and bishop takes b3 and the game he lost. So it's like, you pretty much summed it up perfectly. So that consistency, I think that slight consistency is the only difference between Raunak and the other youngsters. And once he catches that up, I think he will be the next guy, maybe, who knows, to cross 2700, in the next few months or maybe a year or so.
Absolutely. Perfectly summed up there, Sahil. He's incredibly promising, but has had some of these offshoot bad performances in recent times.
Chat, what do you think the result will be here? So Nihal has the white pieces. He's technically the stronger player. Yeah, I mean, he is slightly stronger. But what do you think the result will be? Nihal will fight for a win, 100%. He is not one to back down. So let us know what do you think that will be. Let's see. Okay,
I think it's there's a pretty harmless theoretical line in Rogozin. Kind of well known, but if Black knows what to do, then Black is completely okay in these types of questions. And it's, I think, a question of how well Ronak remembers this, which is the main, which is the most challenging thing to do in these openings like Rogozin, Sahil. It's a very solid opening, very reliable. You're not going to get into a lot of bad questions if you remember all the details. But to remember all the details, you have to constantly update yourself and constantly refresh.
Okay, so he definitely refreshed the entire position with the move g4, and this is sharpening up a little bit now. What a crazy move, yeah, g4, and yeah, seems very logical now that I look at it. And the threat is, of course, to push further at some point. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where I have seen this and what Black should be doing, because I do suspect that this is probably known stuff. This is probably still theory, but I cannot. Oh, okay. I see. I'm not. So after Queen e5, I'm already not sure if Knight c6 is the move here. I'm not entirely sure, but somehow all these things look familiar to me. And again, if Black knows his stuff, if Black plays correctly, then Black is quite okay in these positions.
Chad, by the way, would you have played this move g4? Just look at this move. Can you go one move back for a second? Like, this is like high level chess. Yeah, I don't think any player below the rating of like I don't know what that barrier is. I don't want to put myself below that barrier. That's the only problem here. So I will not say the barrier, but I would say it's like a very interesting idea, right? G4. Usually, you don't play such moves because your king is becoming weaker, and yeah, it just looks illogical. But then when you start calculating, you realize that you can use this for an attack.
Yeah, in this case, Sahil, fundamentally, Black's problem is that he's not able to get his pieces out. White has these pieces in the center, the queen on h5, and Black is just not able to get his pieces out. Now you want this bishop on c6, but it's a knight on c6. And you want this knight on d7, but it's a bishop on d7. Bishop on a5 is kind of looking at a direction where there's no one else around. So it's because of the nature of the position where Black doesn't have his pieces coming, it permits White to open up with g4, g5, because Black doesn't have enough time to create a counter against this. And now after g4, this move f6, it already feels wrong. It weakens the e6 pawn, it weakens the e6 square, and it also weakens the g6 square, and things are on the king side. What it does is it also prepares something like bishop e8, bishop f7, some defensive resources. But even something like queen c5 in these positions can be unpleasant to face.
True. The bishop on a5 somehow needs to be on a better square. Like it's literally doing nothing. At least on b6 to control c5, on c7 to control d6 and so on. But here it's just completely useless, and also kind of ties the knight down, right? So the knight can't move either. So yeah, maybe it just feels like Black lacks like one or two tempi to make it a bit okay. So what does Nihal play here though? Because now g5 is no longer possible, and bishop e8 is incoming, so h4 makes less sense. Maybe as you said, queen c5 or maybe knight c5, something like this.
Yeah, knight c5 also looks pretty strong, because if you can take out this d7 bishop, this e6 is going to be a long-term weakness for Black, and you're potentially going into a better opposite color bishop endgame, a better strategic, not an endgame, but a better strategic middle game. So if it is possible, this would be, I think, very strong for white.
Yep. And chat, the 2 rounds are over already. No player has won both the games, so that's very interesting to me, and that just tells you how jam-packed this lineup is. And I feel we might have a leader of this after this round. So a lot of interesting matches, especially this match, Nihal Ronak. Very strong players both. And in the last round we saw, after the first few moves, the bars were jumping around. But as of now, in each and every game, the evaluation is right in the center. Right in the center. So that tells you, it's like it's turning out to be a very difficult round for all players.
Absolutely. No supremacy so far in this round, yeah?
Yeah. Vidit's game and Adhiman's game is not started.
I think this is the reason. This is the reason why knight c6 earlier was. He's played knight c5, yeah. Yeah, he's played a knight c5. Yeah, this is the reason why knight c6 was an inaccuracy earlier, Sahil, because as I said, you want this bishop to be on c6 and knight on b7. So the correct move here was to go bishop to b6 with the idea of getting knight d7, knight f6. And this is relatively known. Here, after bishop b6, the move is g4, knight d7, queen g3, knight f6. And this was played in the Dubo Sham Sundar game earlier. So, yeah, this would have been the correct way to go. Knight c6 was a mistake, and now Nihal is slightly better.
Yeah, he plays bishop b6, putting the bishop on a good square. But now, as you mentioned, yeah, we take the bishop, I guess. And the bishop on c4 will be a monster. And the bishop on b6 is still looking at the pawns on e3 and f2. So it's definitely better for Nihal. I wouldn't say like it's winning or anything, but definitely better, yeah?
Yeah, definitely better. Definitely a very pleasant and uncomfortable position for Raunak. It's in Nihal's territory, a strategically nice position. A strategic advantage.
By the way, Vidit's game has just started, and so at Adhiban's. So let's look at both the games one by one. And Vidit's game looks an interesting opening. Okay, so he's playing Vaishali.
Yeah, and he's gone for some kind of a Grunfeld without playing the pawn to d4. And Vaishali is someone who plays a lot of Grunfeld. So against people who play mainly Grunfeld, it's a good idea to go for these systems without committing d4 because it gives you a lot of other options. Like, for example, in this case, this line with h4. And h4 takes bishop g7, h5. This setup is very dangerous for black. After c5, g3, b6. First of all, I like this pawn structure for white. But secondly, white has more space on this side of the board.
And it's like, have you seen this play this opening before without playing d4 and starting playing h5 in the Grunfeld? I've never seen him play this before.
Yeah, I think I do remember. It can be a bit dangerous when you recall games like this without. Because
true.
If you get it wrong, people are going to take it very seriously. But
and then people will find some game. Oh, he played here. As you can see, getting games wrong, especially in move orders, can be very easy. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I think he has played some game. At least this setup is very common against people who play hardcore Grunfeld. Exclusively Grunfeld. I don't remember if Vidit has played this exact setup before, but I do vaguely recall. It's likely because he does play a lot of 1d4 related setups, and likely that he has probably played this variation at some point or another.
Yeah. Usually, of course, white loves to take the center, right? Because black is giving you the center, so you take it. At least that's been my motto.
Yep. Yep. But so far, it's Vaishali who's out prepared with it. Yeah. She has much more time, and Vidit is the one who's spending time. I don't know if he's recollecting or just working out stuff over the board. But it does surprise me that Vidit entered into this direction, but has been out prepared with it.
But I think he should still be the favorite, I think, right? I think after all, I mean, it's like for Vidit, I think this tournament is kind of, as you mentioned, really important. And he would really, really, really want to win this convincingly. That would give him a lot of confidence. So playing Vaishali, he would like a crushing win. Like he would love to basically take the lead and then put pressure on the youngsters. I think that would be really, really in his favor somehow. And he's playing a lot of tournaments.
Meanwhile, Sahil, something major, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but something major happening in the Mitraba Surya game, which a lot of moves have taken place. And here, White is actually winning. I don't think either players are aware of this, how winning this is, but White is winning. There's a massive spike. And the variation is also not that difficult to see once I tell you that White is winning here. Yeah, Rook into c8, Bishop into c8 on spot. And now White has this one move which is clearly winning.
Okay, not King e5, but Bishop f5 first. Yeah,
yes,
he plays it,
yeah? He plays it.
And
he plays Bishop
just,
f5.
Yeah.
And now this pawn endgame is just completely lost.
Yeah.
It's a shocking mistake by Surya. F4 was played at this point, and all Surya needed to do was play F6, keep this position. And there's no entry for White here. But instead, he played G into F4, King into F4, King E7, and now he's just completely losing. I didn't see this coming.
And Mitraba is ruthless at these time controls. Yeah, he will take the victory home. He will not make a mistake now. He will take the point home, and Bishop E6 played, but just takes on E6 now. And if you take with the pawn, then you have a passed pawn. If you take with the king, I will slowly make sure to push your king back, and then I will. Yeah, it will not end happily for you.
Yeah, this is a zugzwang because the white king is coming to f5, and you also have these two extra moves. So king into e6 taken. I think Mitra was kind of baffled. He's like, "What's going on? Why? How did Black enter into this?"
Yeah, true. By the way, Arvind seems to also have a very interesting position. We were saying all the evaluations are equal, but now Arvind against Divya seems to have a better position. He has this decent pawn structure, and the knight is coming to c6 for now, and Divya's king is still not completely safe, I would say. Some awkwardness there.
Divya's king, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And I was really hoping for the London system, but the bishop actually went to g5, so I could not really, sad.
Sorry about that, Sahil. But yeah, the game changed at around this point. Yeah, Divya played bishop g6, and I think she just missed queen b3, attacking both the pawns at once. And already white was a bit better, but that pawn really shifted things towards whites. And I think Arvind is going to have a very comfortable win here. There is also a massive difference in strength, and Arvind, we all know how incredibly strong he is, but he's I think even stronger in recent times. He's been playing at a level about 2700, and he's always been incredibly talented and a bit underrated, but I think now he's playing closer to his actual potential. And you can also see the ratings here. Arvind with the rating of 2713, Nihal with the rating of 2739, and these are the Champion Chess Tour ratings based on the games played in this format. And based on this, Nihal is the first seed, Arvind is the second seed with 2713, and Vedit is the third seed with 2691. which looks fair to me.
Yep. And while Arvind is definitely pushing, I think Adiban, if you look at his game against Arjun Kalyan, has a very interesting position as well, which looks rather. I think the only thing is, can Black at some point interpose with e3 and then cause some issues? Otherwise, it also looks like a position where it's only playing for 2 results. The bishop on g6 rather not so rather awkward, I would say. A defensive piece trying to defend the pawn, and white has, of course, d5. He can put pressure and create a weakness on c6 as well.
Yeah, I think Adiman really woke up after his game against Divya.
Yeah.
Probably he was just a bit. Oh my god, Adiban's camera is at a different level. How did that happen?
I don't think that's the case. I think he's blurred the background, so focus is on him. I think that might be the case. It's not about the quality, it's about how you present yourself. Maybe. Okay, I'm not dissing his camera quality. It might be the best camera in the world. I don't know for sure, but maybe the blurring definitely helps.
The background blurring, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
As well, right?
I know. And, Sahil, till the time Adiban was streaming, I used to always be a bit lazy about my setup and camera, knowing that there's someone out there worse. But since he took a break from streaming, I had this incredible pressure to up my settings.
Yeah, but he'll also be back. Yeah, whenever the next COB or something happens, he'll be there briefly. But for now, he seems to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he seems to be in the driver's seat, and it's actually good for him that he's winning these games instead of having 2 draws instead. And probably the first game also served as a bit of a wake-up call for him. Since then, he's been roaring back.
Yeah, A4 played now. Maybe we can go to the Nihal game and see what has changed. I think these are very stable positions, and the queen on f5, of course, very beautifully placed, using the pin e6 pawn. So keep an eye on the bishop. Don't let it somehow move away.
Something like bishop d3, yeah? Thankfully, it's Nihal, not
yeah, trying to check on g6, and suddenly you're like, okay, where's the piece I wanted to check with? It just disappeared.
But yeah, the main focus is on the e6 pawn. Black has invested all his power into defending the e6 pawn. And white has got the maximum leverage out of this. He cannot get anything more. So he has to find an alternate area where he can exert pressure to try and make something out of it. He's not going to get anything more from the e6 point. What he has been successful is he's managed to focus all of Black's attention on the e6 point, and Black has been kind of forced to do this to defend with everything. So far, I think it has been a pretty accurate and seamless game by Nihal, and Ronak forgetting his opening preparation, which has happened sometimes, which has happened a few times before as well. And what I noticed with Ronak is he plays better when he's playing for a counter attack rather than in situations where he tries to solidly defend. Somehow, I think he just has a very aggressive style, a very aggressive personality, and being solid is just, I think, not the most compatible approach for him.
Yeah, somebody saying knight h4, that definitely looks tempting. But I think I like Parikshit's suggestion more. That is the move g5 somehow. Because if Black takes, there might be, I think, some pins, but I think in the end, White might come out on top. There are a lot of pins actually, but somehow it seems like White should be winning this. So I don't think Black can take, right?
Yeah, no, Black cannot take for sure. And g5 does create awkward problems for Black. I don't see how Black fights against this.
Nihal is calculating something. He's been calculating for he's been calculating for a while, and still he has like almost double the time. Yeah, that's how fast he is. It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Nihal has been playing more like Arjun in this tournament as far as time management is concerned. Meanwhile, Mitrabha did manage to win against Surya
Yeah.
Sahil. So he's at the lead right now at the end of 3 rounds, 7 points out of 9. And excellent start.
Yep, Arvind also in a better position, set to win against Divya. And all the other games, this is White's round, by the way. In most of the games, White is slightly better. So it's like, it's shuffling. Yes, last round we saw Black win most of the games, and then suddenly White is striking back. So it's kind of the same players, yeah? Kind of same players because colors will alternate. So I think we are seeing like one section basically take the lead somehow.
And which section do you think, which section of players are performing well?
So I think the one with the white pieces right now, because if you look at the valuations, everybody white is better, yeah? So Vidit, Sham, Nihal, Adiban, SL, Arvind, Mitrabha, Raja, and all these guys kind of seem to be taking the lead slightly.
Yeah, talking about Sham, he has a very nice position against Abhimanyu, who seems to have his third worst position in the tournament out of 3 rounds.
Yeah, but I think we know him well by now, so you never can underestimate him.
Yeah, also with Sham, he does tend to get a bit intimidated in a lot of situations. So in my personal games as well, and in a lot of second-hand experience, I've observed that you just show some danger and you offer a draw, and you usually can have him accept it. So that is something he has to potentially overcome in order to score points in a field like this.
Very, very important round, chat, because we've seen so many people in the lead, and it's all about who can actually be the one to be at the sole lead, or break ahead of the crowd. It really gives you the extra points to kind of go all in at the end. And knight coming to e4.
Such a nice position, Sahil.
Yeah. If you can manage b3 c4, then you will have a complete free hand on the king side, and your pawns are perfectly placed.
Yeah, it is a dream position.
Yep. So this will be a one-way, and this is difficult to come back from. I think there's no counterplay here as such, to speak.
Absolutely. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah. By the way, Nihal has played the move g5, and now Ronak is although time has equalized, but Nihal has played the move g5. So he took like at least, I think, 5 minutes for this. So he 4 minutes or something, 4-5 minutes. So he took a lot of time for this move, and that means he's calculated pretty deeply. And now Ronak taking his own time.
Yeah, I love this approach. You get something out of the opening, you exert pressure on the opponent, you create that time deficit, and then you can use your time in a way that you're dictating the time situation, rather than your opponent. And in this case, for example, if it was the opposite, like Nihal had a minute and Ronak had 4 minutes, then it would be Ronak dictating things on the time front. G5, G6 played as expected, Queen H3, and now I guess Black has to go H5.
H5 only move, but now I get the the G5 E5 squares from my knight, so it's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
The rook on the D file, it's like definitely better for white. How much better? It's hard to say.
Practically, I think this is definitely more than +1. Very unpleasant for Black. H5, you just go Gf6, Queen into F6, Queen G3, and you have devastating threats on E6.
Can we go to VD's game for a moment? I think somehow it seems to be a position where I'm not really sure who's even better because it seems to me that white has the better structure, but then you look at the bishops for black, they kind of look like great pieces. And I think Vaishali should be fine here.
Yeah, but I think white is position is a bit more pleasant for Vidit, mainly because of this e6 pawn. If black manages to get e5 and if she manages to trade this pawn, then the only problem in her position, she has managed to solve it. But it's not so easy to implement this. It's not so easy to get this going. If black plays e5, then white will try to push his own pawn to d5 in whatever concrete way it works. And because of this factor, I think it's a bit more pleasant for white.
And also she took with the f pawn, yeah. So I assume, yeah, VD is just castled, so that makes sense. She took with the f pawn to open the rook's file. And VD now ahead on the clock, so somehow Vaishali has taken her own time. And very, very important game for both players here. Vaishali wants to, of course, gain some points, and it wants to maintain his lead.
Yeah. But Vidit is a massive favorite in this game. I would be very surprised if Vidit doesn't end up winning. Once again, I think there's
I think the chess world is full of surprises as of now. So I think anything can happen. All bets are off.
I can't disagree with that. No one can disagree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Adiban is also completely winning against Arjun Kalyani. Like completely winning. He got this e3, but not in a good way. And his position is just now disintegrating black's position.
Yeah, and now c6 is actually just the intact queen side. Yeah, it's just looking the other weak.
Yeah.
And the
so AD completely winning.
Yeah. AD will win this. I think this is very just two results. And Mitrab has already won. Then you have Arvind also completely winning. By the way, Arvind has a very nice position. He has a pass pawn. Similar, I think, to what we saw in the Surya game, Mitraba Surya, but here they have bishops as well. But doesn't change it much.
Divya has managed to stop one A passer in this tournament, but not against Arvind, I think.
Yeah, unlikely. This is unlikely. Because there's absolutely no counterplay. Nothing there.
And what are the other games? Raunak has managed to... Sorry?
No, how did only one pawn reach so far in AD's game? Somebody asking. I think AD's game, okay. Do you mean the black pawn on e3? I think black was trying to create counterplay with the e pawn, and it just did not work. Yeah, he just ignored the pawn in the best way, so it didn't work.
Now Arjun is trying to create some counterplay against these pawns, but against with this bishop on c6 around, for example, if he goes for something like this, then this bishop just comes back to g2 and defends. And there's no more checks and the queen gets traded. So then he has to give up the other rook and play. And in this case, the g3 and these pawns are protected. So I think it's a pretty straightforward win for Adiban here.
Yeah.
There's not much complexities.
And there's enough time as well. So huge time difference there.
Yep. Raunak has managed to set up some kind of defense, Sahil. Rook d7 check happened. Rook e7, king f8. And then this infamous move, queen g3 by Nihal. Threatening knight g5.
Okay. I think we can maybe someday ask him what was his... I don't know. I think nowadays I'm going to be scared of playing queen g3 in my own games. I don't know. I definitely feel that way. But okay, anyways.
But yeah, I think here it's not as effective. There's the queen g3 move, not with the same level of power. I thought it was better to start with queen g3, instead of rook d7 check. Don't ask me why though.
Actually, now the bishop on b6 is, yeah, it's fine. And yeah, there's no path for the queen to enter the position somehow. Like, I would love to place my queen somewhere in black's camp, but I just don't see it. Like, yeah. Like
But yeah, even the present position, I think Nihal has considerable pressure as they go into the time scramble territory. It's very unpleasant for Ronak here. The opposite color bishop, the weaknesses. He has to watch out for a lot of different tactics.
By the way, queen f5, interesting move. So he's trying to keep an eye, like just creeping move from the queen, moving slightly up. There might be some checks possible. For example, knight h4 seems like a fork, but then there's queen b1 check. So you kind of...
Yeah, not just queen b1 check, but also queen e4 check coming. So you can lose the game.
Srinath plays g3 to avoid queen g3. He had seen the future, yeah? Okay, interesting. Interesting comment there. Well,
yeah.
I think, yeah, so that's interesting. By the way, Arvind has won. Arvind has won. So Divya has resigned against Arvind. So Arvind continuing on his merry way, not caring for the world. Adiban still seems to be completely winning. He did go into that variation, sacrificing exchange. And all the other games are still kind of in the middle, yeah? No clarity there who's better. We did see a couple of games start a bit later. So Vidit's game and Adiban's game, they have more time on the clock, I think.
No, Vidit and Harshit.
Harshit, sorry, my bad.
Harshit against Leon. We have looked at the Harshit Leon game, but also there hasn't been a lot to look at. The position is, I think, one of the most equal positions around in this round and potentially heading towards a draw. And there's a game between SL against Karthikeyan and Murli, where Karthikeyan has lost the first two games so far. And this one doesn't look to be going in the other direction. Initially, it looks like the pawns are around everywhere, but it's actually White's pawns who are more united. And
King safety, yeah. King safety is very important. The king on h7 is lacking any pawn cover. And even though black has these central pawns, queenside pass pawns, they somehow mean less because your king is just not safe. And after queen f7 and then rook e1, rook coming to the position, I think it should be literally, yeah, he literally plays that. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I think we are expecting SL's second win in a row and a hat trick of losses for Karthikeyan, who is enduring a terrible event so far. Bad start for him, but he's much stronger than that. And
for sure. Yep. And by the way, Shyam Sundar's game has become a bit more interesting. So he's pushed the pawn to d6. His pieces look very active, but now what does black do though? It's not entirely clear.
Yeah, it's a very unpleasant position for Abhimanyu. I think he has to fight his way out with this and take the d6 pawn, because if he lets white stay in this bind, it's going to be very bad for black. Also, I'm just curious if there is any direct threat, if knight c5 is a direct threat, because at the end you can give a queen c8 check and take these pawns. So he goes for g6 after a long thought. The drawback of this is that black has no chances at all to ever win this game anymore. White is trying to play for two results. He's either trying to win or draw, and it's a very dispiriting position for black to win.
Yeah, the knight just sits on e4 forever, yeah, and the knight bishop endgame, and then the king slowly comes up, and you try to create a pass pawn on maybe the queen. Oh, he takes with the bishop. Interesting. I thought he'll take with
he doesn't want to suffer in that knight versus bishop endgame, which he thinks is losing, but this is also losing. In fact, this could be more losing.
True. Because now the rook can also come to d7 and the pawn on c3 is defended and so on. So this might even be even more dangerous. Maybe rook d8 now.
completely dominating position, and this could be Sham's first win in this event.
Harish is saying, I have seen Srinath from his childhood winning many state and national championships. Good to see him develop many juniors above his level.
Thank you, Harish.
Nowadays, whichever junior Srinath touches, he just like one coaching session and suddenly junior is playing the Olympiad. So like he becomes so strong. So it is true. Like he's been the common element there for many.
I think it's actually the opposite, but okay. Yeah, so I think a lot of games have cleared up, and we have some clarity in the Nihal Ronak game as well. I think Nihal taking the lead. He has won the G6 pawn. Ronak creating a counter threat with Queen H2, but Nihal just ignoring it, creating threats with Queen H7 check. And his king will be safe on E2 if Black starts checking. Exactly. So I think Nihal has broken through here. And if he wins, this will be a very important win. Ronak incredibly strong. He's rated 2672 according to the tour ratings. What did Sham Sundar do?
What happened?
He just missed bishop into b4. Oh man, he missed bishop into b4. This tactic, back rank tactic.
No.
He had such a dominant position. We thought he was completely winning. He just missed bishop into b4, and now he's in a situation where he's 2 pawns down. He still has a very dominant knight, excellent strategic resources, but he's not going to be the one playing for win
just
anymore.
Rook b8 instead, yeah, keeping the bishop pinned, and would have done the job, yeah.
Yeah, anything. Rook was actually on d8. Just start bringing the king.
Yeah.
And Sham Sundar almost his face cut into half after that miss.
Yeah, this must be devastating, yeah, to kind of miss this, yeah.
I know.
Back rank, it seems so elementary to think of. How can a GM fall for a back rank? But this is what happens, man. Chess is hard. Tactics, when you have seconds on the clock, it's so easy to forget about it. You forget that you can lose this game. You totally focus on attacking, and suddenly one tactic and the game is completely switched.
Yeah, meanwhile, I think we're just in time for Adiban's win against Arjun Kalyan. These are the last moments. Rook c7, Queen h8 is a threat. And Sahil, that's the thing about being out of shape. I think when you lose practice, you keep your strategic sense intact, but your tactical sharpness comes down by a lot. This is what I've experienced in my own play as well. And it makes you very slow in these tactical spotting these tactical things.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you play OTB chess, you can sometimes compensate that with, let's say, more time on the clock, at least for the opening and the middle game. So you can take slightly more time to figure out those tactical patterns. But when you're on a time pressure, it doesn't work. And that's when it basically shines out. So here, Adiban, although, coming back after that, first round mishap, so he has won 2 in a row, and he defeats Arjun Kalyan. So he goes to 6 points, I think. So decent comeback by Adiban there. So we have 3 results so far. Arvind defeating Divya, Mitraba defeating Surya, and then Adiban defeating Arjun. So all the other games going on. And Sham is now apparently lost. Wow.
Yeah, I could see that happening because the miss is so frustrating and so damaging to your psychological state that it becomes very hard to retain your composure. Once again, being in touch, having that practice, it really helps in these kind of situations to bounce back. But it's not going to happen by telling yourself, it's okay, no worries, we'll get back. You just don't have the time to work through these processes. You have to instantly slip into what you have practiced. And if you don't have that practice, you don't have that.
And guess the guy who kind of caused this upset, yeah, again? It's Puranik again. So he always does this, yeah, he always does this.
Absolutely.
He chomps on the g5 pawn ruthlessly, and now it's just it just looks lost. By the way, SL has won against Karthikeyan. So Karthikeyan's not had a good start to this tournament, and we have had 4 wins by white so far. So definitely Abhimanyu fighting for the black side here. And with it, if we go to his game briefly, can we have a look what's happening there? Because that's the only game where we don't exactly know.
So once again, Sahil, you see the Z pawn, yeah? This is the biggest pain point in black's position. And that is what is causing a lot of pressure. Look at how compact white's pawn structure is on this side. And look at how black pawn structure is on the king side and the center. That said, it's still a very complex position. There is a lot to play for. She's attempting to create some counterplay on this side. Far from anything of substance happening, I expect rook c1, rook c7 to happen in a5. a5 is another way of entering into this side. The rook comes to b5, keeps an eye on all these places. There is the potential threat of rook into d5. There's rook into a5, which is going to happen next move. And with rook into d5, e4 also falls. If I had to guess, dangerous thing to do, but if I had to go ahead and make a prediction, I think Vidit will the pressure will get too much for Vaishali, especially with the clock situation.
Yeah, I think so. We can stick to this game, I guess, because this is the most imbalanced one. I think other games we already know. So Nehal is completely winning. Sham is completely lost now, unfortunately, and Raja and Leon are in a dead drawn position. So this is the game where we don't know what's going to happen, chat. Will VD maintain his lead, or will Vaishali hold on?
Yes. What do you think, chat? And what do you think, Sahil?
I think he will somehow convert this. I think he'll convert this. I do like the position he has. His structure is very compact, and black spawns on the A file. Well, maybe he can hold on to 1 for the time being, but the rook coming to the 7th rank, the bishop a3 controlling everything, the slight weakness on e4 can be utilized. And this rook on the 5th rank really puts a lot of pressure on these kingside pawns as well, yeah. So they can be attacked later on as well. So I think I would say there's a good chance to convert this. VD got this, but actually saying, yeah, it seems so, but Vaishali will fight, yeah.
Yeah, as I said, it's a long way from. There's a lot of complexities, and this knight f6 really strengthens this point. She's made it difficult to take these pawns. She's not going to give it away to Vidit. So she's under pressure, but she will defend with a lot of resilience.
And Vaishali played incredibly well in the Olympiad. Yeah, she was the person I think Vaishali and Tanya at some point were just running through their oppositions. Like it was like win was almost guaranteed from both of them. So Vaishali was in great form, and she's even definitely underrated. And she might be the next player from the women's team in India to break 2,500. Right? I think she's the next one most
absolutely.
Likely.
She's a clear favorite for sure. There's no doubt about it.
H4 played. She's trying to create counterplay, but it's like her pieces are kind of tied down, right? So it's like if I had my rook on g7, I could kind of bring the bishop on d5 to h3, like push the pawn to h3, maybe some attacking chances. But it's like my pieces are not set up for that counterattack on the king side just yet. So it just feels like maybe white can play bishop h3 looks rather natural. And then king somewhere h2, and then maybe white puts a rook on g1. Even that looks a possibility. So it's like, I'm not sure if Vaishali will be used this for counterplay.
Yeah, and black's pieces on the pawn structure are kind of disorganized. It's all over the place. The pawn on e4, the pawn on h4, the pawn on a7. All of them look nice independently, but together they are not working. Bishop f8 is a nice and interesting move, trying to come with the rook. Actually, this position is no longer that simple for white.
Did
I
he
think
take
maybe
on
it was never
A7?
simple.
Did he take on A7?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Because for a second I thought it was a mistake. I panicked. Yeah, maybe it's not. Okay, bishop. Now the bishop on D6 looks interesting.
It's not a blender for sure.
Bishop D6.
Yeah, Vaishali just goes for activity. She's just trying to. She gave up one of the pawns, but she has the passed pawn under firm control, and she just wants to create activity with the other pieces. Bishop c5. I think she'll try to retain this bishop. Go bishop b8. Yeah, bishop
She
b8.
plays it.
His bishop on d5 strong now. Pawn on e4. It's actually not at all easy for Vidit to convert this position.
So where do you put the king though? Do you go to f1, e2, or do you try to put it on h1? I think h1, knight g4 might be already uncomfortable.
Yeah, h1 is a bit dangerous. I think you put yourself into all these attacks, and this h pawn is a very annoying counterplay.
It's like Vidit has less time now on the clock, so this is very interesting. Bishop s3. I think I like this move. Kind of stabilizes the position a bit.
And now king f1, king e2.
Yeah. Luckily for black, black does not have the g3 square for the rook. Yeah, if rook g3 was possible, it would be very, very problematic. Luckily, the pawn on f2 is still there controlling. So we have, he plays king h1.
He plays king h1. Now that g4 is under control.
Chad, it's like a situation where, this h pawn is Vaishali's counterplay, and it might just even be a draw. Who knows? Bishop pair, yeah. Bishop on c7.
All three results possible, I would say.
Yeah. All squares control. Yeah, white has no entry. There's no square available for the entry, and time pressure is an issue. Okay, Vidit on a time pressure for 13 seconds for him now. He plays rook a1, tries to bring the rook to a7 on a good day.
Yeah.
But just like the good day biscuits, they're out of fashion. I'm not really sure if it's enough. Bishop b8. I think Vaishali, would she take the repetition here? If she can,
no,
I think she would,
yeah,
right?
of course. Vaishali is the one defending for sure. Vaishali is definitely not. It's not an equal position. White is trying, black is defending. But that said, if white overpresses, then black can get a chance. There's just no clear way for. It's also a frustrating situation for to be in with white. You just don't see what is coming, and you just don't have that control here.
Yep.
So what Vidit is doing?
Bishop e6. Why?
She wants to create knight g4 chances.
Okay, that makes sense.
She's creating chances because and now d5 check.
Interesting. So yeah, taking looks a bit risky. So king f5, I guess. Or do you take here with the knight?
I'm not sure. Taking with the knight, I wouldn't rule it out. Knight to d5, knight to d4.
Because exchanging bishops definitely makes it a bit simpler with this king as well. Now at least there's no light square bishop. But it also exchanges pieces. So okay, it's all looking very, very interesting. King f5.
Oh, she goes king f5. This doesn't feel, because now after knight g4, there's d6 check and the e4 pawn falls.
Okay.
Bishop d4 is a very strong move, and I think this has turned the game around. This is a very strong resource, and she plays this move with 1 second remaining, rook e8, but she has lost all her counterplay. I think this was a game changer.
Yep, and the king has to now go whether to e6. It goes to g6.
Now this pawn is just too strong.
Yeah. Oh, takes on f6. Interesting decision there.
Yeah, finally it will go to an endgame where white gets these 2 pawns. And
black gets a d6 pawn.
Yeah. So rook d5, king e6, rook d. Oh, he just goes d7. The rook comes to d5. He will take the knight e4 check actually.
Nice. Yeah, this should be winning. Now. This should be winning. You win the h4 pawn, you win the d7 pawn, and it should be.
Yeah, Vaishali is just completely collapsed.
Although now, what about knight c5 I just saved the pawn because king d6, knight b7.
Yeah, also one of the ways to play.
Okay, he just goes for rook h5. Makes a lot of sense.
Because Rook D7, there's Knight C5 here, and King D7, even Rook D5 check might be winning here.
I think I'll just take the pawn on H4. I don't want to risk it. I'll just take the pawn on H4. Let's keep 2 pawns. Although I think Rook D5 should be winning.
Yeah, if you can calculate getting the pawn, it's something you can consider, but also it's simpler to.
Bishop A7.
And she has collapsed completely. She wants to keep the rooks, but even Rook H6 check here maybe, and Knight F6. You can now go to a position with 3 pawns up as well.
Chat VD might just looks on the track to win this game, and that will basically put him in the lead. So he is already, I think he drew his first game against Ronak and then won his second game. And now he's playing the third round game. And in the last round, he defeated Puranik very, very convincingly.
Yep. So we go into this position with 2 pawns up. And
Chat, just in these, just take care you don't give up the bishop for 2 pawns. That's it. Because, you have the knight, and rook knight against rook is mostly an easy draw. So I would say just don't give up the pawn for the bishop. Bishop 2 pawns should not be exchanged. Otherwise, it's a simple, not a simple win, but gradual win for white, I think. That's the only thing you take care of. Keep the king close to the pawns.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll written all the other results. So Abhimanyu has won against Sham. So he's the only guy who wins with the black pieces. Apart from it, every single board, the results we've had, all white wins. Nehal defeats Ronak. Adiban defeats Arjun. SL defeats Karthikeyan. Arvind defeats Divya. Mitraba defeats Surya. And then Harshit and Leon are still playing. So we have 2 games remaining. In that game, Harshit is... Well, it's most likely a draw, but we'll see how it progresses. In this game, VD is winning.
Yep. And with this, I think VD will be amongst the 4 players with 7 out of 9 today. One of them is Arvind, Nihal, Mitraba, and VD will be the 4th person.
Yep. Oof, I think this must be, so far, VD must be feeling good, I think, because this is what he basically wants in this tournament, A few draws, mostly wins, and to end on top. I think that's basically what he wants from this tournament. It'll give him immense confidence. I also saw a tweet out of VD, right? He needed some visa to the US or something. I think I saw something like this. So he's playing a lot of tournaments coming up. So very, very important tournament for him.
Absolutely, Sahil. An important tournament for him. And he is really trying to make a push upwards towards the 2750 zone.
By the way, this is a very, I don't know if it's controversial or just very difficult to answer in general for anybody, but 2750 is the mark, right? It's the ultimate mark. So far, I think Vishy sir is the one who has consistently maintained it. And then Hari is the one who has crossed it. We've had nobody else, right, who's ever crossed 2750 from India.
Absolutely. It is so it used to be 2700, I think, once upon a time, around early 2000, early 2000. Those were times when we had about 15 players about 2700 in the world. There was one Gary Kasparov about 2800, Vishy and Kramnik at about 2770, 2780. And these were the players about 2750. And we had a bunch of players close to between 2700 to 2750. And then the number of players about 2700 increased quite a bit. And now we have the 2750 mark, which kind of became the new 2700. And with the way these juniors are progressing, I don't know if 2750 will become the old 2700.
Yeah. Chad, by the way, who do you think among all the Indian players right now? Like maybe there's somebody who's not even among the top players. Somebody who's not with the Olympic team. So will be the next guy to cross 2750 from India. The first guy. I think many will cross that number. That's pretty evident at this point. But who'll be the first one? What do you think, Chad? Because we have so much talent. It might also boil down to who's playing the most tournaments. But yeah, who do you think will be the first one? Vishy is already there. I mean, Vishy is already there. He is 2-5-6. He's been there for, I think, for decades now. Yeah, Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, it's all over the place, yeah. No, I think how does it matters. It's a big frontier. 2750 is something like, I think as chess players, I think Arjun also mentioned this, right? You know, I don't care about my rankings, but I do care about my ratings. I think he mentioned this at in some interviews. So it's like ratings do matter to chess players, and I think first time you cross like 2000, it's a big deal. Sometimes first time you cross 2400, it's a big deal. That I think Srinath can probably get more to, and 2500, so on. So it's like, you know, these are big milestones, and 2750 will be one of them, one of the most important ones in all their careers. Yeah, in careers of all these players.
Yep. Meanwhile, Sahil, Vidit has finally won this game. So moving on to the fourth round, which has already begun. Quite a few games already started. One of them, Raunak Adiban, a quick start there. Vidit will have another white game against Sham Sundar, who has had a devastating loss just in the last round. And
maybe we can have a look at the standings as well. That would really help. So because I think it's the final round. So Vidit clearly in lead, along with Arvind, Mitraba, and Nihal. So 4 players in lead, and then we have 3 on 6. And I think Karthikeyan is definitely somebody who will come back with, you know, intensity there. Vaishali and Sham definitely, I think, blundering there, and we'll see how the game progresses. So for now, VD, Arvind, Mitraba, and Nihal, 4 players on 7 points. Let's go back to the games.
Yep, back to the games. Sahil, and I think you're going to like this round because of the openings. It's Karthikeyan against Arvind.
Although I have to admit, I don't like the run too much when somebody plays this D6, G6 setup. It just makes me feel like I need the E5 square. I mean, without it, London is not fun to play. It just becomes some other opening where the bishop is just awkward on F4. So not the kind of London I would love to see, but okay, you take what you get. Yeah, you can't just complain always.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're not getting anything.
Yeah, true.
Meanwhile, Divya is playing one of the tournament leaders, Mitraba, and this is also a kind of London. She started with D4, Bishop F4, although later it became the Jobava London after Knight C3. But again, a kind of London. So we have 2 Londons against by 2 opponents against 2 of the tournament leaders.
I think it might also have something to do with the fact this is the last round. So people kind of don't want to challenge, you know, their opponents in opening theory, maybe. So they're like, let me play it something normal. That might be also the factor. And yeah, I think we have lift off in 5 games. 3 games are yet to start because a few games lasted longer in the previous round. Although I don't, what's your opinion of Joa London here with the knight on C3? Like, have you tried it in your own games?
Yeah, I've played a few. I've played a few Blitz games, and apart from that, Arjun also plays this quite a lot, and it's a pretty, I think, serious weapon. Now, the thing is, we used to have a clear distinction of these main lines and the side lines back in the day, and like for example, Gary Kasparov was a big exponent of the main lines, and there was this one game where his opponent played E4, C5, Knight F3, D6, C3, and Gary Kasparov's longtime second, Yuri Dokoyan, was like, if we start checking these kind of things and taking it seriously, then we can't get anything productive done in our life.
Interesting.
But the landscape changed significantly because one of the big changes, Sahil, is that white doesn't have such a big advantage anymore the way it used to. With the increase in strength of the computing power and with Stockfish, the battlefield has evened out a lot more. It does even
True.
out a lot more. And
Absolutely true.
uh,
And somehow it's like, with also Carlsen being the world champion, somehow I think he's also something got to do with this, because he will play anything. Yeah, I mean, he played one F3. Like, this guy can play anything and win, so he also inspires others to basically take up other openings and then still end up winning. So I think probably some credit to Carlsen there as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Carlsen did change the distinction between the main lines and the side lines. He scored a lot of wins with London. It was at a he started it at a time when he was trying very hard to move away from mainstream theory. He tried really hard, and that was his way of trying to get fresh questions. And he managed it. He made a lot of questions playable, which used to be. Uh, Dead drawn or positions which people used to make a draw, agree a draw, Magnus would play on. And I think he also transcended our understanding of these little advantages. So the question is, if you're not going to get an advantage in the main lines, then why not play the Jabava London, which is also equal with correct play? It is finally about setting problems for your opponent.
True. By the way, in this game, it does seem to be that there's some pressure on Ronak, right? Because somehow I just don't see where's White's play, because you have these double pawns, and yeah, I mean, D4 can be later on weak in some cases, and Black's pieces, just the queen on H4 in general, looks a bit more active.
Yep. Something has gone wrong with White's opening in this game. Strategically, structurally, it's worse. Also, the king safety that we have witnessed a few times. This square on f4 is such a happy hunting ground for the Black Knight. But the d5 is under some pressure now, so he can't get to it immediately. But if AD can take care of a few small things here, I think he's going to get his third win in a row.
True. And if he can do it, that would be and he would be so close to 4-0, yeah, because he was almost there in the first game. So I think so far looking like a good day for AD overall.
Yep, absolutely. Talking about that, Sahil, look at what Divya has done here.
Yeah, she played G4. That's very, very interesting.
Yeah, and who's that one player who gets a time advantage against Mitrava and makes him think? I think only Divya.
Yeah, true. And Mitrava is an expert at the short time control. Yeah, he will simply crush anyone on his day. I think this G4 move is very interesting, though. Will he take on G4 though? I think he will. Yeah, but I don't know if he'll take on D4 first, but he'll take.
Yeah,
on G4.
exactly. That's the question. He goes E5, which is also
E5.
fair, I think.
Interesting.
Makes sense. He just opens up his bishop, he opens up his pieces, and at the end of everything, the pawn on G4 will not.
A practical decision. I like it. Not spending too much time on calculating the variations, just going E5. Makes sense. The 3 games not yet started. Yeah, Vidit's game is not started. Surya's game is not started. Vishali's game is not started. We are waiting for this game to start. Meanwhile, Ronak is still trying to fight back, and he plays G5 and knight D7 now. Interesting.
Yep.
But what do you play now? I mean, as White. I mean, I'm not so sure about my move, because I mean, D4 is under pressure, E4 is threatened, and if you take, I take with the knight, and my pieces become even more active.
Yeah, I think you have to go for something like this. Or Bishop E2. Start with this.
Yeah, maybe some pressure on D5, but yeah, I think Black should be, probably slightly better.
Yeah, for sure. Black's position seems preferable here, for sure.
AD lost to Divya in game 1. No, that's what Chess24 says. Yeah, he did lose, but he was actually at some point almost winning. So it's like, he could have won that game. He blundered in one move and then lost. And he won the next 2 games. So if he wins this one as well, so he was very close to 4-0. Yeah, just winning 4 games in a straight. So it's insane. Queen G3 has made me about all G file moves. Don't worry, not all G file moves are bad. I think we should not stress out too much.
Yeah, not all G5 moves are bad, but yeah, knight into E5. The game is going towards this direction, knight into E5. But black is a bit better here, and I think we can also have a look at the game between Abhimanyu and Nihal. Nihal, one of the leaders of the tournament so far, and once again he's keeping up his tempo. He chose to play the Petrov defense against Abhimanyu, but after knight into E5, he didn't take knight into E4. He played a more standard D6. Abhimanyu going for a pretty unambitious approach out of the opening Sahil. This knight went to E5 on the third move, and then it went all the way to G3 from E5. So it was such a long journey, and no, this knight has been just going back and forth, E5, F3, E5. So it went to E5 here. It came back to F3. And then it went to E5 again. It's just been shuttling around.
Yeah. Somebody saying in the chat, Srinath's really happy with the extra eyes on Catalan now. Is that true, Sri? I think the Catalan has always had enough eyes. Yeah, everybody plays it. You see it in World Championships. So I don't think Catalan has ever lacked eyeballs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Catalan is like a quote. It's that piece of thing which is classical. It's always existed. It will never go out of fashion, and it is always going to stay out there.
Yeah, true.
Classic.
Okay, so I think this game, although I think, do you think Puranik right now could defeat Nihal in this game? Like, if you look at this position right now, there's a clear imbalance. I think White has a king side pawn majority, so Black has a kind of majority on queen side. So, do you think Puranik could defeat Nihal here and completely upset the standings?
Absolutely, it is possible. All 3 results are possible. The position is balanced, and Puranik has a bit of initiative on this side, which is what makes him very dangerous. But on the other hand, Black is also really solid and has nothing to complain about in his position. His pawn structure is nice. His pieces are in good places. So at the moment, it seems a bit too early to talk about a win for any particular player. Meanwhile, the Vidit game has started against Shyam Sundar.
Interesting.
Which started as a King's Indian defense. Sahil. I think it's the first King's Indian defense we are seeing today.
Yeah. And it's interesting. So Vidit went with 1d4 this time. Nice.
Yeah.
So how do you recover from something like that as Shyam here? Like, you just blundered a completely winning game, and you lost it even. You could not even manage the draw at the end, which was very difficult. So how do you tackle this game? Do you just try? What do you do, like, to calm yourself down here as a player?
I don't know, actually. I think it's incredibly, it's just very hard, but having time helps a lot. I mean, when you're in this format where you have to play the next game within 30 seconds or within 15 seconds, then I think it becomes almost impossible to control the tilt. You need a few games to recover. But if you have some time in between, that helps you calm down a bit. Secondly, I think you simply need some recovery time. You just can't. It's like a biological process. Like, imagine you have a physical injury. You need some time for it to heal. You can't make it go away instantly. It's the same with mental injuries as well. You need to give yourself a bit of time, and it's not so difficult to play at your full strength immediately after a loss because you are hurting, you want to hit back instantly. But when you have had 2 losses in a row, then I think it becomes challenging. That's the beginning point of tilt. And if you have more than 2 losses in a row, then you start hating life.
Yeah, true. And these engine evaluations can be so confusing in the Kings India, as mentioned before as well. So I wouldn't really trust them on their it looks very weird sometimes. And from this perspective, I think there are four people in the lead. So he would like to maintain that lead at all costs. Like he would love to go into the first day at the end, the second day tomorrow with the lead on his hands. And that'll give him
Absolutely.
a lot of confidence, I think.
Yeah, for Vidit, winning so many games in a day in a champion chess tour event must be such an unfamiliar feeling. But this tournament is going to get something normal for him.
Hey, Ambrish and Dhaval, kaise ho yaar? How are you? Yeah, I think this is the advantage of playing a tournament where there's no Carlsen playing, so that definitely helps. You have more number of wins.
Yeah, I mean, to make fun of Vidit, there is just no limit. There are just so many things.
Yeah, he's not impressed. Yeah, look at his face. He's not impressed by the jokes. He's not impressed. He's like,
No, but we finally see some light on his face. So
it's we are way into the evening now, so you probably switched on some lights. And
where
look
do you
at
reckon Sham is?
Sorry.
Where do you think Sham is right now?
Yeah, even I was wondering. It does seem to be some basement or something. I'm not sure though. Because I think sometimes just to have that isolation, he might be in a basement or something. It just seems to be that way.
He has 3 bands on his hand. I'm wondering if one of it is from the Bermuda party.
Really? Up till now? I don't think so. Probably Raksha Bandhan, is more likely still.
Yeah. But what is that orange band? That doesn't look...
Notice where Srinath's focus is. Raksha Bandhan is more recent, but his mind went straight to the Bermuda parties. What happened there, Srinath, at a Bermuda party? Did you go?
I don't know. I didn't go actually. I've never gone to the Bermuda party. So
okay. That's why you should go next time, I guess, because then you will not worry too much.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but the orange band doesn't look like a Raksha Bandhan.
True. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's a combination of both.
Yeah, maybe. But anyway, Sham looks super intense. Yeah, he's like total focus.
True. Couple is saying we need Bermuda party stories. I think Indian players are mostly focused. Team B was actually focused. Team A was actually focused. They focused on the game. So
I'm not sure about that, but okay.
I mean, I don't think as many Indian players attended the party as we might think. At least that's my perspective. Although Samay said something,
I'm not sure about that either.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, we had 3 teams in men and women, so logically, Indian players would have had the maximum attendance.
So, how many people would have attended the party? I think out of, let's say, we had 5 in each team, so 30 players in total.
Out of 30, I think more than half would have attended. At least 15.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Sahil, we have some interesting updates in the Divya Mitraba game, where I quite like White's position now. Also, it feels so weird looking at Mitraba playing so slow. It's like Mitraba is playing...
Yeah, true. And somehow... you were saying?
Things have turned around, yeah. We were at this point, and then Mitrabha steadfastly decided not to take the pawn. But in these types of positions, the London position and the Jobava London, having your pawns on d5 and c5, especially you commit this pawn to c5, and you naturally have this e5 break to get this bishop out. Then the d5 pawn becomes really weak. And that was what happened in today's game. F4 takes, and now he went rook d8. He didn't go d4. He just went rook d8, allowing f5, and now I think he's just losing the d5 pawn.
Yeah. And somehow these pawns are so far advanced, and the bishop on d7 is just a bad bishop, clearly. So this looks dangerous. The pawn is lost, and white has control. White has the pawn. White has a possible attack, f6, and then queen can rush to the h6 square. So Divya in control for now. So Divya having a great run, I would say. I mean, she is one of the weakest players here, and she has a great experience to learn, and she's having some great wins as well.
I have to say once again, I have to once again really commend Divya for her courage, her spirit. She came here into this tournament, 15 players rated above her, the nearest 120 points rated above her. And out of 4 rounds, she won 1, and she could potentially win 2 out of 4. And no matter what, she just keeps persisting. She just keeps fighting. She sent this GIF just before the previous game. It was something of a GIF showing something like this, a little girl doing something like that. But she's come back here, come back here, and what a nice position for White.
Yeah. Somebody's really mad in the chat that she's the weakest. She's the weakest in this lineup. So among all the players, I think she's the lowest ranked in ratings. So for her, this is a very, very difficult tournament. And that's why, every win she has is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and we have seen players of similar strength participating in the Indian Chess Tour previously. Vantika was there, Aradhya Garg, and it was not easy for them even to score their very first win, if I remember. They had a lot of good positions, but they were just not able to get that conversion going. But with Divya, once she got her chances, she has made most of it, and she's also playing pretty quickly and confidently.
Yeah, 2-4 instead of Mitrabha is not easy. It's not easy at all.
Yeah, in fact, it's the first time I've seen anyone have more time than Mitrabha in the history of this tournament.
Nice.
And getting back to the Vidit game, Sahil, Vidit has done something very interesting and strange, which I have not seen so often in King's Indian. He wants to go for Rook G1 and G4, not to checkmate the black king, but simply to prevent black from playing F5. A very strategic way of playing this. Now, you would think that Vidit is a big favorite against Shyam Sundar. Vidit, an active player, player about 2700, playing in the elite tournaments most of the time. But if you look at their head-to-head record, and Shyam Sundar was born in 1992, Vidit 1994, so they have played a few times in the age group events. I think Shyam must have a pretty decent record. I can think of at least one instance where Shyam has defeated Vidit. This was in the Maharashtra Chess League Rapid event, also a King's Indian game with the black pieces. Then there was this one time where Shyam drew with the black pieces against Vidit in an important game where Vidit had to win in the National Championship 2015, which was won by Karthikeyan Murli. So, there are these instances where things have turned around. So I wouldn't take this game for granted,
For sure. And it's like when you lose a game like that, we saw AD come back with vengeance in the next games. So Shyam might do exactly the same. So and when you're the higher seed, the pressure is on you to convert the game somehow, right? So you avoid repetitions, you avoid many things, and suddenly you never know, things can go south.
Yep, and it's really important to of your white pieces. This is with its third white in 4 games, which means in the remaining 11 games, he's going to have more blacks than whites, and he needs to make it count. Also, we saw a very high ceiling required to win this tournament. There is a slot only for one winner. Only one player goes to the next Champion Chess Tour event, and last time Nihal couldn't make it despite a performance of 2800.
True. By the way, Surya seems to have a control over the position against Raja Harshad. He's just taken on G5, and that means the knight has to go back and maybe to H5 as well. But regardless, I think Surya's control is really decent in this position somehow.
Yeah, totally Surya's type of position. He has the initiative, he has the attack, and Harshit shouldn't have got into this position. I think it's just a terrible position, and I think Surya is going to have another one of his masterpieces, another game to show on stream.
People are curious about Nihal's tournaments, like why did he not play Dubai Open and what tournament is he playing next, like OTB? Do you have any clue about this?
So a lot of people have been asking why Nihal withdrew from Dubai Open. And the thing is, Nihal never intended to play Dubai Open in the first place. It was just that his name was there in the starting list, along with a lot of others. But he wasn't intending to play it in the first place. His plan was always to play the Abu Dhabi Masters and then return back. And that is what happened. He didn't withdraw from Dubai Open all of a sudden. And his next OTB event, I'm not yet sure. It's not entirely clear. At least it's not publicly known. So, but he's going to be in action. He's going to be in action. Both Nihal, Arjun, all the others, they are going to be in constant action in both online and OTV events. The calendar is packed. It's exciting. And a lot of questions also on why I'm not playing much anymore. And Sahil, does it make sense to, play games and miss watching the games of these amazing players anymore?
Yeah, that's
I
the
don't
thing.
know.
It's like, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, you also want to look at these games and cheer for them kind of. And for example, if you're playing yourself, then you might miss these opportunities for sure. And yeah, I mean, by the way, among all these youngsters, like for example, Nihal and Prag especially, do you think there's this thing, I want to get to 2700 quickly? Or are
yes,
they like,
absolutely.
Okay, is it there? Like,
yeah, it's totally there. It's totally there. And there's also competitiveness between them. There's also a bit of FOMO coming in when you see someone going up. These are all emotions, I think, which you learn at some point. When you're like 10 years old, 12 years old, your tunnel vision is a lot more. You don't think about a lot of, some people can, but it's also possible that you have a tunnel vision such that you just want to play chess, have fun. You don't know where the money is coming from, who's taking you. Your parents are there for you, taking care of every single need. This is a typical situation for a lot of kids. When you're just entering the teenage, you're through your late teenage towards your 20s, your emotions become a bit more mature. You start noticing other things. You start noticing the financial things. You start noticing who else is there. Your vision is not as narrow as it used to be. You start taking a little more pressure than you used to in the past. Everything becomes a bit more open. You're already getting a bit older at that time.
True.
Meanwhile, I think Divya blended upon advantage and now it's back to equal. Okay. It happened at this point. I think she must rook into h2. Takes queen g1, and this happened, and now it's equal. It's equal, and the time has also equalized.
Would you say it's practically also equal? Oh, yeah, probably it is actually. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm a bit scared for white because he has the black has the bishop and this h passed pawn. So if black manages to avoid a perpetual, then the pawn will become very dangerous. So that combined with the emotional disturbance of blundering, both these things is going to be pretty damaging for.
By the way, can we go to the game
Right.
of Ronak against Adiban? Because I think that's the game which was very interesting, right? So these pieces look rather awkward to me, at least at first glance. You know, the rook on e2, the knight on f1, bishop g2, bishop e3 look rather cramped. And it seems like even though white might be holding on for now, it's like, a bit sus.
Yeah, they look awkward because I think they are awkward. They just have no place to move to.
But what about don't judge a book by its cover? But here I should judge, yeah, most likely.
Yeah, I think here it's not just the cover, but also they do have potential in the future. Like the knight can get out to g3. Rook c4 already, I think queen d2 is an option, threatening bishop g5, keeping things under control for now.
Yeah.
But there is also the d4 pawn incoming.
Two important questions. One guy is Srinath ji aapki GF hai kya? I don't know what that means. And second is Fabini's podcast today mentioned that Arjun is most likely to reach 2800 amongst the youngsters, followed by Prag and Gokesh. I think maybe that's true. I think it's more like, I just feel it's more like whosoever is at the top in the current moment. Most people just opt for that name. At least that's what I've noticed. I think anybody could do it. All these youngsters are insane. They are at this age, most people are just going to school and picking up their colleges. Which college should I go to? And then study for 4 years and then maybe decide what job will I do. And these are teenagers basically playing for the country. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think the career of a sports person, it starts in their teens. What other people go through in their 20s typically. In a lot of other professions, you face these challenges in your 20s where you have to choose your career. You get this struggle of the pressure of earning money, the pressure of performance. All these things. It exists a lot during the exams and stuff, of course, but towards your 20s, you really have to start earning. You really have to do a lot of these things. It's a draw in the Divya Mitrava game. I think it's going to be a draw in a few moves. That kind of pressure, it happens in sports at a younger age, I think, in teenage.
True. Okay, this is
it's
a
a
major
draw.
Yeah, this is a draw. So that's a fair result, I think. Divya missed a chance there, I think.
Yeah, I guess she's not going to be happy about it. But I think she shouldn't be too sad about it either.
Yeah, I mean, not a decent day, so to speak, I think. She came back against AD. And one win and one draw is actually decent enough. And Mitra, by the way, was in great form, yeah. So,
yep, he was in great form, but even then he couldn't do anything against the London system. I think it's just the opening.
Yeah, maybe. By the way, so far most games seem to be, nowhere close to the result.
But is something happening in Abhimanyu Nihal game?
Really? Abhimanyu Nihal?
I mean, the bar is not impressed. It's like, oh, okay, what's a big deal?
Game. Okay. I just saw it. Yeah, it looks very interesting. But what the
question looks interesting, yeah.
What the knight doing? I'm not really sure. On at 6.
When I look at chess, I feel like we are all children, and then there's this stockfish and engines which are like God. So we're like children bubbling up with enthusiasm. We're like, oh my God, this looks so interesting. What's happening here? Stockfish is like, I know all these things. It's 0.00. I've worked it out. Nothing to get excited about.
But there's a big difference. Usually when parents do this, they sometimes even don't know themselves. But Stockfish actually genuinely knows everything. So he can just literally justify step to step and destroy anybody in the world. And here, I mean, for a human, E6, F6, knight somewhere, knight F7, like so many choices. And then suddenly Stockfish is like, I don't know what the move is, but it will say, okay, this move, and it's the best. The rest is not fine. So this is insane.
Absolutely. Chess is so much more interesting without engines, and with engines also it's interesting if you blindly don't follow it and switch your brain off. Meanwhile, what is going on here, Sahil? Is there some exciting action here?
So I would first consider E6, clearly. That would be my first choice. Can I play this move or not? Because this looks so tempting. And if black takes the knight, then I'm thinking, should I take on F7? Should I give a check first? Like, there are many choices. And maybe I take on F7 first. That definitely looks logical. Although, why not give a check first? It's hard to calculate like this, yeah? I'm not sure.
I know.
E6, king H6, and then you take on F7. Something like this, I was thinking. And then you have...
I know, that's exactly what... Oh, yeah, and then you have these rook e4, bishop f6 stuff, yeah?
Okay, I did not even see that. So I was just focusing on other moves. But yeah, this looks very tempting. Or you could...
Just play rook h1, bishop c1 and take on g6. No, bishop c1, there will be bishop f4. But eventually this pawn comes to... But yeah, you have to be careful with white. It's also very easy to lose a piece and lose the game.
Get carried away, yeah. Because black has the g5 square. For example, even like f6 check, king h6, but then check in g5. And the king is perfectly safe on g5, actually. And it's like there's nothing, as far as I can see at least.
Yeah, so he's gone for g5. Not sacrificing any of the piece, resisting his temptation, putting his pawns on g5 and f6. And I don't know how he continues the attack though.
I don't think he wants to attack now, right? I think he's just kind of saying that your king is stuck forever. There's a weakness on f7, but then it's like the g5.
Do you just play some bishop c1?
Yeah, but then and bishop c1, then white is not really playing active chess somehow, and then black is all time in the world, right? What is white?
No, I want rook h1 and knight g4. I want to mate on the h5.
Yeah, black will sack a piece here at some point for this. Most likely.
Yeah.
Interesting. Possible. Definitely possible.
This is an interesting game. I think it's going to go on for a while. He played knight g4. What? He played knight g4, bishop at b2, rook h1. This is a draw, I think. Yeah, just knight h6, knight g4. He just repeat and make a draw. I guess Abhimanyu, he was a pawn down. He probably saw all the lines where wasn't really leading anywhere. So he decides to just take the draw, which is understandable. So Nihal also moves to 8 pawns along with Mitraba.
But what if he takes on f6 here?
That's a good question. Which
like trying to go into this endgame, and maybe it's equal, but who
is
actually
just
playing
take g into f6? It's the same thing, no?
No.
King g8, knight h6, king f8, knight g4.
If I just take on f6 here, and then
but then you're no. I think the piece is stronger here.
Yeah, maybe. True. Like I felt I had 3 pawns, so probably it should be enough to like not risk much. But I think if black wants
the pawns are too unadvanced.
True.
So I think this one's a draw. They repeated once and they repeated twice, and there we have it. It's a draw. Meanwhile, the game has slipped through Adiman's grasp. He has something has gone terribly wrong, and Ronak is completely winning now.
Wow, that's a lucky break for Ronak there. Okay, not lucky, but yeah, that's the second time in the day. So Adivan must not be happy. And now it's
Yeah,
just
although
over.
this
Now
one, I think he just kind of got outplayed. It's not a blunder from
yeah.
Adivan.
True.
In these situations where, when it comes to less time, I think the juniors are at a much higher level.
Yeah, and somehow the bishop, when you have two pieces for the rook, right? Like it's like you don't need to do much. Just defend somehow for the temporary initiative black has, and then you will end up being absolutely fine if not winning, because two pieces are always strong. Black has no counterplay here. There's nothing like he just is pushing the pawns. Yeah.
Yep. And that's what happened here, I think. That's exactly what happened here. White just sat down, consolidated, defended everything, and it's completely winning for Ronak. Completely. So Ronak comes back with that.
Yeah.
Now the king side is firmly defended. These two pawns on the other side very strong, and another big game between Karthikeyan Murli and Arvind Chidambaram. Karthikeyan has lost all 3 games. Arvind has been on fire, and I think the momentum is not going to change in this game.
Yeah, this looks, the A pawn is such a strong pawn. There's pressure on E4. Black's rook on D3 is so active. The knight on C5 is excellently placed. The bishop on A8 might look in the corner, but it's putting pressure all the way on E4. So it's like, it should be winning for black. It just should be winning.
Yep, it should be winning for black.
Just take on E4 now and you take on F3 then.
Makes sense. That's probably what he's going for. Except he took bishop into e4. He wants to keep this knight passive. I guess rook d2 up next.
Rook d2, rook a1.
But then rook a1 here too.
Yeah. So maybe something else.
Just rook d8 all the way back.
Rook d8, rook a8, yeah?
Yeah.
That should be simple enough. And bishop against knight, pass pawn, it should be winning for black.
Yeah, and the bishop is dominating the knight. So by the looks of things, Sahil, it looks like Arvind is going to be in the lead for sure. And it's a question of if Vidit will catch up with him or not.
By the way, Ronak has won. Arjun has drawn against SL. Divya drawn against Mitraba, and Puranik drawn against Nehal. So we have, and Arvind is winning. So can we go to Vidit's game now and see what's happening there?
Yeah, we are at Vidit's game, and I really like White's position. He has completely stalled any attempt at counterplay by black on the king side, where black traditionally has a lot of king's Indian counterplay. So he's killed black.
Look at the knights, yeah? The knight on e4, the knight on h4, perfectly placed pieces. Not a soul can touch them easily, yeah? And I like those knights.
Yeah, and in contrast, black's pieces are black's pieces are just
no squares.
Yeah, they are just sad.
And all the entry squares like f6, f5, f4, f3, f2, every f1, every square till f6 is controlled by white pieces. So you can't even move the rook up. And only the f5 square is kind of available for the black pieces, but it's white to play as of now. And the question is, do you just take on h5 here? Like that also looks tempting.
Very interesting. I was looking at that direction, but it makes a lot of sense now that you point out going into h5 and then
maybe
everything is just storming. And how is Sham being so calm in this position? Is he even calm?
He looks stressed out because he just played b6 on the last move, right? Which is
b6 is not the move you play when your king side is burning, no? But maybe after bishop h5 you ignore it. Maybe bishop h5 you want some bishop f5, because with such a closed king without any space, it's just white's pieces are storming through.
And the rook on a3 is perfectly placed, ready to come into g3, h3, whatever the demand may be. So it's like all white's pieces, yeah. The bishop on d2, e2, knights, rooks, queen. Every single piece is technically either in the attack or ready to come into the attack. So it's like white's pieces are perfectly placed, and black's rook on a6. I mean, that rook is basically doing a useless, thankless job, yeah.
Yeah.
Although VD has 39 seconds, I just noticed here. So that's one thing. So
Yeah, I
he
was
will
just
have
wondering
to,
if Vidit is playing a bit, if he should speed up a bit here.
yeah, he
I was
takes
just
on h5.
wondering.
Takes on h5. Chad, this is an important moment. We are going to decide who are the leaders after day one. So this is the final round. And as of now, VD was one of the leaders before this round. So let's see what happens. Nobody's on a perfect score, but people do have 2 wins and 1 draw.
Yep. Sham actually takes g into h5. I'm very surprised that he does that. Queen h5, knight f5. How is he defending here? Yeah, knight g6. Rook h3 coming up next. Feels like Sham has kind of given up.
Yeah.
Although not consciously. I mean, consciously he's totally up there trying to fight. But some part of him is still hurt by his previous game, I think.
Kapil is saying b6 is a psychological move, trying to divert attention to queenside. Not sure that's what it actually did. Unfortunately, did not have the desired effect. Maybe the plan was rook a7 and then to bring the rook to the defense, but it was a little too slow and a little too late.
Yep, too weak, too slow.
It's fun to play these positions from black. Not in this exact position, I hope. This is
I
already
think
gone.
that's very masochistic statement.
Okay. Yeah, I hope not from this position. I hope not. Okay, knight d4, he takes the exchange. Very, very practical.
King and f8.
Now just bring all the rooks, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even mind sacrificing exchange, yeah, like bringing all the rooks to f3 and just. But let's see how he does
right.
it.
With rook g3 first.
And then bring the rooks to f3, yeah. Just
yeah.
The king.
Yeah, black's pieces never seeing the light of the day.
Yeah.
I think Vidit's room setting was like a prediction of his opponent's pieces.
12 seconds for VD, by the way. He has to play it quickly. 9 seconds.
What? Why is he playing so slow though?
What?
Especially, he goes rook f3.
Yeah, he goes directly. Actually,
I mean, this is so brave from Vidit, especially with Nasik's internet.
You know, I played the National Rapid and Blitz in Nasik, and there genuinely was no internet. Like, I'm not even kidding. I had no internet there, like for like 4 days. So I could not even upload a video from there. I could not even write a community post. It's genuinely there was no internet.
Yeah, in Nashik, you just don't have to impose this section, whatever, to cut off people's internet. Yeah, it's just a default state.
Yeah, I had business plans of opening up internet cafes at the border of Nasik. I have some great plans to become a billionaire soon. Okay, queen comes to f3
check
now.
knight. Yeah, queen and f3. This still looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah. Now king g8, knight f6, and if king e7,
g6.
G6. I was a bit wary of giving the the f6 square, but of course I have bishop g5 as well. So
but the line goes on
again.
King d7.
Bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5 is crushing.
And then queen f7. So kind of helps. Okay, king g8 happened. Knight f6 check. Chad, they're both under 1 minute now. So VD kind of coming back on the clock as well.
Okay. So you can play king f8 here. That's what is the only thing which is not losing right away. I think Vidit went all the way down on time because he probably thought he calculated till the end.
But king f8 is an easy move to miss here, right? You might think it's not possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's the only move that doesn't get mated, so you have to just play it and hope that nothing horrible
Easier
happens.
for Tickoo to become a billionaire than become an IM. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. Yeah, Sahil, and then you can also beat Vishy. I have a higher chance of generally becoming a billionaire than beating Vishy. Like that's genuinely a true statement, like in the laws of the universe.
He played king f7.
Oh, g6 check now.
Yeah, and now with it just
This is
blitzes
over.
out.
This is over.
He just finishes him off.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Shah missed knight j check.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think today it has been pure demolition by VD so far. Like he drew against Ronak, which he was never in trouble in that game, and then he destroyed like Abhimanyu there, convincingly the black pieces, and then it just went on from there. Vishali as well, had a was kind of a tipsy toffee game, but won at the end, and in this game as well, what a destructive attack, yeah.
Yep. And we had two more games going on. Ganguly against Harshit and Vaishali against Leon. And there we have the results of the round so far. With it joining Arvind in the lead, who also won against Karthika and Murli, the only black win so far. Although we could have another one in the game between Vaishali against Leon. And Raunak bouncing back against Adiban.
Yeah, and again, king safety. Look at the bishop on b6, the knight on g4, the queen coming to on any day can come to good squares like f4 and so on. And all these active pieces, the queen on h4, the bishop on a2, knight g5 don't mean much if you're going to get checkmated. So that is the issue here. And king coming to e2, I mean, usually is a sign of game over, yeah. Unless it's the Bong Cloud and you're Hikaru, but in most cases it's game over.
Absolutely. And most importantly, white is down by a piece. Yeah.
I did not even notice that. Sorry about that one. Yeah. I mean, it's so easy to focus on the king. I'm like, I didn't even count the pieces actually.
Yeah, I know it happens a lot. But it was a bit. There are some threats against Black's king as well. There was some rook into e7, bishop d5 check incoming. For a few seconds, I didn't see what Black could play there.
h6.
h6. Yeah, queen f4 check is what Black wants. Vaishali has also had a tough day today.
Yeah? True.
She has only 1 point out of. She has only one draw in 4 games so far. Although this game is still not over yet. There's some chances. There's some counter chances, some threats.
Yeah. Sahil Patra making some jokes. Interesting. By the way, chat, we have only 2 games remaining, and in the second game as well, apparently Harshit Raja has an extra pawn, and he will also try to push for a while. This might be a long game, I think.
Yep. Harshit is known for his endurance, having done 69 push-ups. Now he's
it took me a while to get that reference. I was like, why did 69 come into the picture suddenly?
He is India's 69th grandmaster.
Yeah.
He has done 69 push-ups, and but I think Vaishal is not escaping this one. She had some counterplay, but Leon manages to defend it all. That now queen e2 check, queen f1, or queen b2 check. Queen b2, queen e2, and queen f1. It has to come with a check.
Yeah. VD OP indeed by VD. I think VD has played amazing chess today. For today, he's played amazing chess. In a country like this, he will definitely be in the lead. Of course, he's had 3 whites in this day so far. So he will have to face a few more black pieces in the coming days. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think VD has shown his class and he's just an incredibly strong chess player.
Yep. Rook e3 now. And this should be designs, I assume. Okay, c2 still playing on.
Some
f5.
bishop f5 check. Yeah.
Yeah. Is she trying for some? It's not stalemate. Is not possible. Yeah.
No, I think she's just too devastated to accept.
Yep. She resigns. So one more game to go. It'll be very interesting to look at the standings after this game. And so, what do you think about Karthikeyan here? So he's definitely not had a good day. So how does he tackle tomorrow, Shri? What do you think?
For him, it can only get better from here on. So it's only going to get better. He has to, I guess, try and see what's going wrong. He has to try and, first of all, put himself in a better frame of mind. He has to do something which brings him to a positive frame of mind. It's a very unhealthy thing when you're in a spiral of feeling bad. You know, when we grew up, I think it was almost fashionable to feel bad about things. I remember parents saying explicitly to children that you have lost this game, at least, feel bad about it. At least sit and mourn. But that's the very thing children are good at. Yeah, they are good at recovering. They are good at not getting into that spiral. And I think it's very important not to get into that cycle of constantly feeling bad, getting into that depressing cycle. First thing is to, I think, try and feel a bit better. Harshit clearly missed something here and it's going to
Yeah. Now it's a dead draw. Yep, they have drawn.
Yep.
So, chat, I think we have finished all the games of round 4. And it's time to look at the standings, Shri. What do you think?
Yep, there we have the standings, Sahil, and Vedit Gujarati at number 1. When was the last time you saw such a scene?
Yeah, I mean, people say that he takes a lot of draws nowadays, but as you can see, he has 3 wins and 1 draw, and he's leading the event at the end of day 1, along with Arvind Chidambaram, who's again in recent times started playing really, really well.
Absolutely, Arvind has been on a roll. He's always had these spectacular performances combined with some below par performances, but in recent times, he's been consistently performing at a level about 2700, 2750. And chasing them behind is Mitraba, who had a pretty good outing today, but a draw in the last round, which he felt he could have probably done better. But from the position he got, he must be quite relieved to save that game. And Nihal has also been quite consistent throughout the day today.
Yep. And then hot on their heels are Ronak, Puranik, and then SL. So, and you can see Adiban right there as well, who had a very interesting day, at the bare minimum. And then on the second half, we have Leon, who we know how sharp he is. He can strike back at any moment. He was literally running away with the event at some point last time. And then Divya, by the way, having a decent day. And then you can see Surya, Arjun, Raja, Sham, Vaishali, and Karthikeyan. So for now, clearly, 2 people in the lead. But I think these standings are only 1/4 of the picture. And they are going to be shuffled up very, very, in very interesting ways tomorrow.
Absolutely, Sahil. And these players at 12 to 16, they represent how tough the tournament is and how badly things can go for you in the Indian Chess Tour, the Champion Chess Tour. You have players on one hand with 3 draws and 1 loss. Clearly not this tour friendly. They could have instead, just won 1 game, lost 3. And they would still have the same 3 points. And you have some players who have lost 3 games. They have made only 1 draw. And Karthikeyan at the bottom of it all with 0 out of 4. But it shows how strong the tournament is and how badly things can go wrong. And all of these players are grandmasters as well.
Yeah. And to me, at least, I think it's like, first day, sometimes it can take a bit of a time for you to warm up. I think you can sometimes be a bit slow and have a few draws. But day two is when half of the tournament will be over. So you cannot just lag behind. Today, even if somebody is lagging behind, they know they have enough time to catch up. But by the end of tomorrow, that might not be the case. If you are at the bottom half of the second half, basically, in this table, it might only be too late to win the event, because we know the first position is really important. So tomorrow will be a cracker of a day. Some people might lag behind, some people might take sole lead, and I guess it's time to call it a day, Shri.
Absolutely, Sahil. That was a fantastic first day, a very interesting first day. And I'm pretty sure the second day will be at least as exciting. In fact, I think it's going to be more exciting. But time to sign off for day one.
Thank you, chat. See you soon and take care.